microphone perspective now?
I can hear you really well now, and just to let you know that you're live streaming, so whatever you do in front of the camera is recorded.
Okay, I'll be really nice. I'll make sure there's a good veil between what goes on in my mind and what comes out of reality. Hey, so tell me, I can go to those links now, to load them on my computer?
Yeah, that'd be good.
That's what's next.
So Steve, I am going to play you.
Do what?
You hear that?
No, do it again.
I'm going to play you loud and clear on video through the hub.
You're loud and clear.
Yeah.
Hello Ray, I love Otago Polytech, I love Otago Polytech, I love Otago Polytech. It's a great place to work. It's full of happy filled humans and I like it a lot. Can you hear me, Ray? Yeah.
No, hang on, you're not coming through the system there yet. Okay, speak again, Steve.
Steve Henry, age 22. My name. The importance of criticality. It's a component of transformational learning, apparently.
How far away from the speaker are you? Because it's like coming through quite quiet here.
Oh, I'm out at the
Or
side.
are you...
Is that better? I'm now in front of the actual speaker that we had, the boom speaker.
That is...
I'm standing at the podium now. Can you hear me all right?
We stand... Oh, there's a delay after you speak.
Okay. Where I was before, where I was before was off to the side.
Okay, so go back to the phone. Yeah, do you remember we increased the volume?
Oh, yep. Okay. Was it under settings or microphone?
Yeah, it was. There's a microphone.
Yeah, oh there it
Press
is.
the three dots and then go to microphone.
Output. Okay, I've put it up to full now. Does that work? Try your luck with that, Ray. It's on much higher now than it was.
Oh, just notch it down a wee bit.
Okay. Too sensitive. Okay, I've taken it back to about 2/3. Yeah, it'll go away.
And that's alright, we're getting funny noises because we've still got Zoom on.
Yeah.
At the moment the camera's... At the moment the camera is pointing just down at the floor.
My camera?
Yeah, so the live streaming camera.
Yeah.
So you might need to adjust the tripod and do the same the view on your phone.
Oh yeah, that's a lot better.
That's still sort of only see the bottom of the podium.
Scaring me.
You should be able to see it on your camera.
Yeah, no, I've got the top of the podium now.
On your phone. Alright, okay, sorry.
What,
I'm contradicting you because that's because I'm on a 30-second delay.
That's right. And because you're retarded.
Because,
Yeah, that as well.
So Ray, I should be able to get emails that Beth sent.
Right.
the link, is that correct, to Dunedin?
Yeah, or I can resend them if you want. That's easier.
Well, mine's 25,000. It was a little bit going. It was actually the guys. I was like, you can stop now. And I went, oh, okay.
So did they make any comment about that?
No, they don't care. As long as it's good. They don't mind. As long as it's worthy.
Just resend an email to you that's got the links in it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Right, so Ray, I want to open both of these, eh?
Yeah.
Praxis from Auckland, good. Welcome everybody. Just so you know, we are going to introduce ourselves and our practice, so you could think about that. And depending how many people, we have 30 minutes to do the room.
Right.
So if there's 30 people, we'll get a minute, but if there's 15, we'll get 2. That'd be good.
How you going there, Steve?
No, good, good. I've got Auckland's open.
Great. So if you're looking at the Auckland screen, you should see that all I can see is that green seat at the bottom of the.
I've got you, mate.
podium.
I've got you walking around the hub.
Okay, so that's from the Dunedin one.
Yeah, that's the from Dunedin one.
Yeah.
So you got the from Auckland one, haven't you?
Yeah, but if you put that on, you'll see what I see, which it shows you the temporary so if you're looking at you should see the whole
That's a bit weird.
So that's from the Dunedin one.
Yeah. The image on my phone is different to what's on the screen. Welcome everybody, just so you know, we are going to introduce ourselves
Remember
and our
the
practice.
two opposing arrows at the bottom to go to the wine shop
I know.
Yeah.
on your phone.
Depending how many people, we have 30 minutes to do the room.
Have you pressed that? Because it might be that you zoomed in on a specific bit of screen. That's why it's looking different.
Are you good there, Steve? No, good, good. I've got, okay, that should be it.
So if you look at it, that's not going to really wait for you now. Give it 30 seconds and it'll change.
Yeah.
Press that. It might be that you zoomed in on it. So that's from the Dunedin one. So what you've done is go on to one of those predetermined shots and practice with it.
You got the from Auckland one?
Yeah, but if you put that on, you'll see what I see. Presentation. Yeah,
This is, we've got 4 things running. Sorry about your ears. Might just bring this back. First here, get the comfy chairs.
I want the table.
Oh, you wanted a table?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, that should be it. Should I just kick the cord? which can't be good in anyone's language, I reckon. It's going to go blank, you watch. Whoops. Hey, Ray. Yeah.
So one thing we need to check is that when I speak over the microphone here, and you're listening to the live stream from the Dunedin, you can hear us.
Which can't be good in anyone's language.
So you put the Dunedin live stream on screen.
Yeah.
Make sure the sound is switched on your laptop and on the YouTube window.
Yeah, okay. I might kill Zoom 8 for this.
I'll just mute Zoom.
Yeah, I'll mute Zoom as well.
Extend the microphone. Steve, can you hear us in Auckland? Okay, good to hear that, Steve.
Yeah, do it again, Ray.
When I speak over the microphone here,
I heard you. Do it again.
So you get the live stream on screen. Make sure the sound is switched on your laptop and on the YouTube window.
I was trying to have a look. Open guest. It looks like it's connected.
Okay, Ray, I'm muted everything.
I'm trying to get on something and I see.
How's that, Steve? Great. So all you need to do is make sure that whenever you can someone present the sound is muted on that from the feed.
Yep, no, we've got you on the microphone. It sounds good.
Great. Excellent.
It might be us then, Ray.
It is this one here.
Hey, Ray.
Yeah?
I might ring you on Philippa's phone, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Or
I've got her
push
number
it.
there. I've given her.
Alright. If I
Okay.
need you. Thank you.
Oh,
Bye.
no,
Do you need to note my number? Say if you're looking it up on your phone.
Yeah, Toronto did. Hang on. No, Philippa's got your number on.
it's just automatically connected.
She's got your phone on her phone. She's got you on her phone, Ray.
Right, okay. Right, copy that. Shut down
Yep.
Zoom.
So it's working for me. Yeah.
Here we are. I can come and say hello now.
I've
Hello.
got a PowerPoint when I speak. I've no idea how that it got sent.
Okay. Sent somewhere, did it?
Yeah.
I'll find it. Got a bit of time, no doubt.
Bring a.
I've got a memory stick.
Yeah.
I've got a stick, so that's
It's
better.
on here, but
Okay, well I'll give you a stick. Just shove it on this memory stick, eh?
I normally bring a stick. Swapping between bags.
I noticed myself how easy it is to find.
Oh no, it's alright, I've got mine. Okay.
You've got a second one?
Yeah,
Okay, second one.
and I think it's on it. Let's check. Because my printer wasn't working the other day.
Right. I actually text my ground, but wow, yeah, okay, tell me about that.
Those cheers looks good. That's so good, cheers. Hello! Morena!
I sometimes I found as well, and sometimes I only pick up things that they say. It's very intimate learning, like about it.
Wives here, that's us, right?
They want to be free,
Turn them off, eh?
It's on there if we need it.
Yes, we will go there eventually. Yeah, good, yeah, I'll put it on my computer.
Well, I sent it to Joe.
Because you're presenting
11:30.
11:30 in the live stream.
Yeah, I presume so.
And you'll be presenting here
Alright.
at that podium. Yes.
Well, I just sit at the back and talk, but
No way, you're there, because I've got that camera trained
Yeah,
to be able to zoom in on
I'm
you
only joking.
and your slides.
Right. I should come and
So what did you think of yesterday, Bonnie?
So how would the presentation is? Well, I'm going to see you today, so.
Yeah.
So you're doing the snapshot?
I guess it also depends what the
So you were saying that you discussed it so many times that it's in there now.
Just because during the Skype classes we have different series, usually they get us to say something.
Mine, I think mine,
Every week it's a little bit different.
quite a
But I'm just finished as well.
We know
Like either Portsmouth.
Oh, wow.
So it's often it's the
Yeah.
Yeah,
the first bit is very like I want to show you what I want to do and that kind of ending
that's what it's like.
that helps my the kind of so that's just how sometimes the last time I did stuff pouring alcohol on the fire to make the fire burn. So we can that's what it's like it's by the fire. But that was it was like
How do you spend your time?
And you?
It's just opens.
Well, currently doing MPP.
Are you?
Yeah, so that's pretty much all the time at the
Yeah, don't
moment.
ask students.
I thought it was,
Yeah, between that
MPP is pretty lightweight. Review your learning, identify an inquiry, and do the inquiry. What's the big deal?
when you've been out of that game for a long, long time.
I understand.
No, we can do that and also like just done into that with the child. So,
Oh, you've got a new child.
well, she's 2, so
Oh, that's new.
she's quite demanding in the terms
Mine
of
are,
attention.
mine are 19 and 18. That's no longer new.
Yeah, mine are 20 and 22.
There you go.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying your MPP? No?
Yeah, it's every time I start the new session, it's a bit daunting, but you know, it's
Where are you up to?
just this weekend I've finished the learning agreement.
Oh, good on you.
So I'm waiting to get the
That's
feedback.
verging on. This is what I'm going to do.
Yeah, that's what today is.
That's my,
That's your learning agreement. is it?
yeah,
For your MPP or your DPP?
DPP.
Yeah, that
Another peek. I'm doing one of these.
It's my annotated version for my assessment panel, so it's full of, you know. I did go a little overboard,
It's you're allowed, Bonnie.
25,000 words. Yeah,
What's the limit?
I had no idea.
I don't think there is one.
I just wrote till it felt like it was finished.
They like feeling important that they can read anything. So that's good.
my review of learning was twice as long as it was the first one.
see, I was
Who's
thinking
supporting you in the
for
MPP?
David Woodward.
Oh yeah, great.
He's great, yeah.
Oh, yes, great. Oh look at this. This is the fucker taking. Hey folks, we're doing a welcome. Here we go.
Pāti māmoe, kaitahi ka mana whenua, I kura ni pā. Ka taki whatiti, ka taki tāka, ka taki hoki ahau. I ka rakatina mā, tēnā koutou katoa. No mai, haere mai, whakatau mai. Waia, aurākau, waitaki ka awa, waitaha ka iwi. To our esteemed guests, welcome you all under the shadow of Mount Carmel, the site of our next river. We extend our greetings to you all from the Kaitaki whānui. My name is Kelly Tuaiharoa, and I come from the mouth of the Waitaki River, the Waitaki. I'd like at this time just to hand you over to our symposium coordinator, Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today as sort of having I get to start with the housekeeping, so you kind of know how the flow of things are going to work today. So starting with the things I really need to cover. If an earthquake happens, I think you're all aware now that the general procedure is stay where you are, find something solid and get underneath it. If you need to do anything else, you'll be given directions. If there happens to be a fire in Dunedin here, you'll hear the sirens go, leave by Dunedin's exit and we're meeting in the car park just outside. If you happen to be in Auckland, follow the instructions and go where you are told. For the toilet, Steve, I'll let you inform me in Auckland where they are. I've not actually been to the AOC campus, I have no idea. If you're here in Dunedin, if you've not been here before, if you just head over, they're kind of behind the campaign. Just to make sure everybody is aware, we have a really jam-packed program today, so that there's lots to keep us going. what that does mean is that no formal morning or afternoon tea. So here you can go to your coffee station over there, we've also got the cafe, just please feel free to grab things on the go and keep it ready.
That's alright. I know what he's doing, he's trying to get us to this down, right?
As far as lunch goes, for us here, it's going to be over by the tea and coffee area.
Lunch is here, lunch has been brought to us. Yep.
Now, in the
There's
open
a fire, God
library
knows where we
event,
go, out the window.
wonderful live streaming is having any kinds of
Use the stairs though.
today. We are going to be recording these sessions
This
so
is
that
all
you
live
won't
right
miss
now,
out,
it's
you'll
being
be able to watch
recorded.
them later if they happen to be
You pick your nose, it's on YouTube.
Again.
If you're
All I
not
can see is a whole lot of empty chairs though,
live
because
stream
you can't
section,
see that's fine.
then they are not going to be recorded
Hey?
anyway. So you'll only get to
Yeah, so this is a live stream camera.
Fine and ethics.
That's great. There's no ethics, you don't like it, leave. Is that approval?
I like that.
Ethics approval?
It's my kind of ethics.
Now, with the live stream,
This is optional. Be an adult.
questions of the presenters. We do have some live stream
I'd be
links
there
that
for the
have gone out
ethics.
through Tono, they've gone out on Eventbrite. You just need to click on those, and there's a chat box in there. It's actually takes you to a YouTube link, and you can actually just type in questions
So the way this
into
works,
that chat box,
because there's 4 streams.
and they'll come up on a screen.
This one is the live stream all the time. This one we're going to run all the time in here, on that screen. And then the things, the other things will go elsewhere for those, right? Into another room, which is up on the 6th floor. It's not
The rooms, if it's not in the main area, here in Dunedin, the other
your
two
presentation
streams,
on the left-hand one. The rest of us, and if you're not, don't think you are. We didn't turn up here not As soon as Joe finishes, we've got half an hour together to introduce ourselves, meet, name our practice, why we're bothered to turn up, what we're doing, what our inquiry is. So you have a choice here basically to go to be in stream A anytime or stream D.
So we
That's
are
our choice.
asking everybody to help us stick to time. So all of our sessions are half an hour.
Not
That's
DLC, they're all happening underneath.
If you can just make sure that if you're wanting to then switch and go somewhere else.
We've got all the crap lights in
then
BNC.
should cancel.
No, we didn't. We kind of went, what are the diverse ones on the
If at
left
any
that
point
feel most
today
benefit
you
to
have
everybody?
questions, you're not sure where you're needing to go, or just want to know something, if you're in Auckland, Steve is definitely your man to ask. If you're here in Dunedin, then please feel free to either ask myself or Beth, who's just stood over there, or Joe Kirkwood, who's just kind of runs our team, able to answer those questions as we go along. That is all that happens. So I do just want to make sure we thank quite a few people today for making it happen. First of all, I'd really like to thank our presenters and the peer reviewers who we just wouldn't be able to predict if they come.
Did everyone get one of these? It's proceedings
All the
booklet?
people that are cheering our sessions
get one of those?
today
I've got one.
and help us keep running smoothly.
9 of them.
I do need to also make sure I thank both People New Zealand and Climate Contact who have provided not only the space but also the funding to make sure we make this thing happen and remove barriers by not needing to have registration fees that people can attend. And then lastly, I really want to thank both the organising committee, Sharon who was one of the design communication students who actually did all of the wonderful branding and design work on Symposium's final project in her degree. 3 as the day finishes to head on over, join the scope launch or network and do your own things there in Auckland. I believe you have a wonderful dance session that is your channel, remember? So do enjoy if you're up there. So that's all from me, and I hope you have a wonderful day, enjoy and just ask questions along the way as you need.
So folks, good morning. My name's Steve Henry, if you don't know me, and lovely to see you here. Thanks for coming. This is an exciting addition as far as I'm concerned, because last year we just did this in Dunedin, and I wanted this year to have Tamaki Makaurau represented, because half of Capable New Zealand's learners are in the North Island. So my motive is around helping develop more cross-country work, and that's what this is a part of today. So we're live streaming out of this camera. Hello. It's on a 30-second delay, so it's kind of weird. I can put it on the screen if you want to see, but it looks like that basically. And so they can't see you, right? You know, so we've set it up so that Bonnie will be presenting here. So yeah, long story short, it's pretty busy, eh? And at 10 o'clock is when we book into it. What's the time right now? 9:15. So we've actually got 45 minutes, and I'm pretty excited about that 45 minutes. Oh, they want me to speak, do they? What are they doing?
Oh, turn it off.
Yeah, so yeah, it looks like that basically. And so they can't see you in front of you.
Oh, so that's all. I've just said that in front of about 100 people. Which is wonderful, isn't it? Lucky I'm authentic and I don't mind. So that's what we do want to do. I really want to honour the Auckland piece, and here we are doing it. Okay, it's wonderful. So Ray's finally, he's still laughing. Steve's just put his foot in. So I'm quite happy that we put our foots in it today, because I don't know why you've come here, but I'd love us to kind of maybe we need to hear what Joe's saying first, do we? There might be something more important before our introductions.
I want you to please stand up, and we've got you'll know.
Right, they're doing what we're doing now, so that's wonderful. So could I, Philippa and Juliana, could you sit over here?
Yeah.
So we can, and Alice, are you willing to come down and join us down here? Because I'd love to just meet each other, and we are going to do a lot of sitting today, eh? So it's nice to move around a wee bit, but it'd be lovely just to go around the room and meet each other and say hello, and why we've bothered to come and what's our practice. And yeah, so I'll start because I've thought about this. So, and because we've got time, I'm not going to make us go round the room. And you can be as short as you like here, I don't mind. And you probably can't be longer than a couple of minutes. So look, I live in Kaiteri, which is near Nelson, if you know where that is, south of top of the south. I'm really curious about learning. It's what I love the most, and I'm very curious about how things on the inside of humans versus what appears on the outside relate. So I'm kind of really curious about this thing called authenticity, I guess, and well-being, and how the bullshit stories that come on here can really get in the way of life. So that's my area of interest. So I work in the area, I work for Capable New Zealand full time. I work with wonderful learners, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because I'm the biggest learner actually of them all, and that's my practice, is how can I remain curious, how can I learn so I can be of service. That's what I'm interested in. I'm really interested in getting beyond words. Words are clumsy, language is overrated as a mechanism for humans to operate. My sense, and I do not like academia. So I'm doing the doctorate of professional practice, and I'm going to be a top level in terms of how I present it and who said it has to be written, for example. Who said? It's not my practice. So I'm kind of ready. I'm getting ready for that conversation. So I'm playing with art and sound and experience and other ways of knowing it. Yeah, so that's my journey. I'm quite capable of writing, but that's not important for me. But that's my practice. And, yeah, I'm delighted to come here and meet you today. Thank you.
Okay, next. I'm Helen, and I'm really interested in learning, but also the intersection of learning, creativity, and spirituality. That's kind of where I've got to in my life so far. I'll talk a bit more about it later, but you might all be here. But it's come out of my professional practice, which is as an Anglican priest. So I've been ordained for 18 years now. I'm a full-time student, but I'm at a theological college, so I'm exploring this sort of thing a lot. Yes, and some to that also has been Jerome. This idea of, I think, how we embody or engage with one another beyond this, because even in church things are all gone up here. I get really tired of it. Yeah, so I'm looking at different ways of how we connect, and with whatever you call spirituality. Sacred, divine, it could just be connection. Yeah, so I'm exploring all that sort of thing.
Wonderful. Thank you. We don't have to go around, by the way. Feel free to jump in. And we are live streaming, just to remind you.
If I don't go to force us not to go around, but we'll go around. Morena, I'm from Holmes. I'm born and bred in Auckland. I live in the Tamaki community of Leland, Point England, Pemula, and I've just finished my bachelor's, and I'm focused there on both the journey of the inner work and then also really looking at social impact design and systems. So starting my master's, I'm particularly interested at the moment the space of like social impact design and how we've gotten here, but like the communities, especially brown communities, we were designed into the system, actively the system often prejudices us, and so figuring out how that is rectified and who needs to be at the table, and also looking at the wellness of practitioners around that. So yeah.
Looks like we're going round and round.
Just in a moment. Kia ora, I'm Rowan. Grew up in Dakota, Raylan, and just got back country for 6 months. In Europe, where I was doing a lot of training around participatory, liberatory theatre practices, and looking at how that was meet my practice as kind of a facilitator, just a person who's active in grassroots community environmental movements. Another thing which is coming up is around how do we, we're live streaming, right? So I'm going to try and not just talk about stuff and use the kind of embodied, performative stuff a bit more. But often when I try and think about the climate crisis, around what decolonization means, around what it means to have like the responsibility of privilege I have, I just get like this, and it's like, and sometimes I just like, sometimes like this, and it actually, how can we listen to, like, engage more the embodied and symbolic ways we understand, to kind of navigate with skill and be listening and watching. What does it mean when I do this and someone's sitting like this, someone's not, like starting to create these moments with theatre and then ask questions we don't have easy answers to. So that's where I'm going.
I was born in South Africa, so I'm Maori. I moved here when I was 8 years old, which is 20 years ago, to Auckland. And my area of inquiry is into embodied learning, and what it is, why it's important, and how we facilitate it in a contemporary setting. And my particular area of interest within embodied learning is in dance, and free expressive dance. And I'm also part of a group that is bringing to life a transformative learning environment called Emma, and it's a big part of our approach to learning. I also grew up in Grey Lynn, and now live on Waiheke Island. And my passions are learning and activism and play. And at the moment, I'm working on figuring out how to develop my bicultural practice a bit more and work on decolonization, particularly for myself, so that I can support it outwards. And so that's been listening to people like these two who are more in their bodies, because I've always been a lot in my head, and trained to use words and writing as a power tool. So figuring out how to undo some of that stuff. So yeah, part of this learning environment and using that as my form of activism. So how can we support people to make change in their communities? And the focus that I'm looking at the moment for my master's thesis is how do we embed well-being into every learning experience so that we're truly nourishing a holistic well-being perspective of each learner, nourishing the life force of the learning experience, so that we can then take that learning out into communities and ecosystems and heal this planet of ours. Yeah.
Hi everyone. My name's James. Also from South Africa, but not here for as long as Julie has been. I've been here since 2015. I work as a learning and teaching specialist upstairs for OP, ARC campus. And that's what the focus of my study will be going into next year for the MPP. We'll be looking at how to bring about a community of practice among the lecturing staff, teaching staff, so they become more reflective and more sharing in their space and more open in terms of teaching, to address the needs that have been identified on the campus. So I thought, well, I'm going to take that opportunity and just link it to what I want to do for myself here. Like Steve, I've also got a bit of a healthy distrust of academia, which is quite strange considering that I work in academia. But I do like writing, so that is my mode. But yeah, so what I'm looking at doing today is I'm basically going to use all of you. That's what I'm here to. I'm just here to use you and get some ideas and some feedback and about things that I haven't thought about. And what I'm hearing, because I'm really smart, is that you guys are going to be able to give me a different perspective on how to approach this. I'm looking forward to that.
Right. I'm Juliana. So I'm from Brazil. I've been in New Zealand for almost 6 years, and I live in Auckland. So yeah, I think what brought me to this course that I'm interested in exploring. Going beyond my human limitations to do meaningful work, that whatever I want to do in life, And at the moment, I am looking at understanding the New Zealand context of, because I'm an oceanographer, so I'm trying to understand the New Zealand perspective with regards to the marine ecosystem. so I can probably better place myself as a professional there, because meaningful work towards ocean conservation and things like that, that's kind of my focus. That's me, yeah.
Okay, good morning everyone, I'm Alice. I'm Chinese and I moved to New Zealand 1 year ago. I'm a student majoring in Chinese studies and Chinese teaching. Now I'm focusing on how to establish effective Chinese learning and Chinese teaching. And today I'm interested in one of the topics, developing a set of effective teaching principles for the Chinese learner and a new framework of practice for international educators. That's why I'm here.
Wonderful.
Hi, I'm Bonnie, and I've lived in Auckland for 18 years, unbelievably. Never wanted to come to Auckland, but here I am. So I am, I'm doing the Doctorate of Professional Practice. So I've worked in the non-profit social service sector my whole career, apart from a short stint in government, where I discovered I wasn't obedient enough to be a civil servant. I kept asking questions that you're not allowed to ask, like, why? Why are we doing it like that? So I'm quite passionate about the non-profit sector's ability to achieve change, but I guess my area of inquiry is really about how we can support senior leadership in non-profits to kind of stay true to social justice values, because what I've seen over my career is that has become increasingly difficult. I'm not going to say too much because I'm presenting for some reason, blame Sam Mann for that, and I'll run out of things to say, but I'm trying to look at how can we build a process or a framework or an ecosystem or something that actually supports senior leadership around social justice, and so that it goes beyond just one single person who holds to those values, but is somehow kind of scalable and spreadable and shareable. So that's kind of my area of inquiry is can we build that, and if we can, what does it look like? I do like words. I think words can be powerful, and I think words can also be used as a way to oppress. So part of what I'm looking at is that what's happened to the language of non-profits and of social justice and leadership, and maybe reclaiming some of the language that we've lost through a few processes. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. But for all that I like words, I really don't like academia, which is why I've waited till now to kind of do this level of work, because I couldn't find a program that didn't make me write in unintelligible, unspellable kind of language. I wanted to be able to write in a language that made sense, and that was readable. So I was very excited when I came across Capable, and I did the applied management degree and thought, yeah, this is my kind of learning, as opposed to my younger learning years where it was very, academic. So, but I'm having to unlearn all that stuff I inherited about what learning looks like and what good thought looks like and good and new knowledge looks like from those early years where it was very rigidly prescribed. So part of my process is unlearning all that stuff in my head, going, that's not good enough because it doesn't use a big word. So that's been an exciting part of the journey to date.
Wonderful. So I'm excited because here we are, and there's only 10 of us, so that's great, because it means that we can get to. And the rules today are feel free to go. Come and go as you please. I know there's other people going to join us, so that will alter the dynamic, but whatever. But I hope you can have a day of inquiry and and inform your practice. That's what this is about. It's not about trying to say anyone's wrong. So what if everybody's right in this room? it because in your practice it's up to you to decide what's right, not for anyone else to sit in judgment. I mean, what a shift that is. It's a massive paradigm, eh? I mean, for me that's just a whopper. So I wondered if I was going, give us a game, he was a game specialist for getting groups engaged. So I thought, give us a game. She's going, what do you mean? I'm going,
Yes, I can. Yeah, I've got some games.
why don't you do something that helps us move, get to know each other? I mean, we are about to sit down for a long time, right? And at 10 o'clock, so we do have 25 minutes. They're doing the intros as we were doing, but there's probably 75 people in that room, so it's going to take them a while, right? So forgive me for having half an eye on there, and if Philippa's phone goes, it's because Ray's ringing up. Still laughing about me humbling myself in front of all of my colleagues, saying that we're far too genetic-centric, it's about time we bloody was well into Auckland. So there you go. You can't unsay that, can you? Hi everybody. I'm very happy about that.
Got one that's real good just to get started, where we're all in a circle, and then we put one palm, left palm like this, outwards, and then right finger pointing down on the other person. Got that? And I'm going to actually step out. So when I clap my hand, you're going to simultaneously raise your finger and try and grab the other person's finger. So not get your finger caught and grab the other person. Is that clear?
On which side?
Both at once. Right? So you're raising and you're grabbing. Ready? And try and keep your hand really flat. Just anyone got that? Woo. Okay, reset.
I think I put both mine on my hands.
Keep your hands flat.
Hard to hold on to a finger.
Reset. Keep your hands flat. Flat.
I forgot to lift it.
Okay, we've got another game where if we split in half, so you go together and go together. So everybody put your hand, so you're in a group and you're in a group. Everybody put your hands in one at a time and stack them on top. Can you see that? Both hands. Okay. Yeah, this is good for like waking up the body and the brain. So this is using some te reo Māori. So when I say runga, the hand that's on the bottom goes to the top. Runga means up. So runga, 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 runga. Got that? So runga means up. And then raro means down. So the hand at the top goes to the bottom. Raro, 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 raro. Runga, runga, raro. Everyone got that? And then when I say patu, the hand at the top has to try and get the other hands, and you all have to move your hands out. Got it? So patu. You have to move your hand as well.
So it's a slap, it's a hip like that, is it?
Yeah, it's the patu. Patu means hip. So if your hand gets hit, then you lose a hand.
It's already now you'll be asked to do that.
You'll be better because you've already speaking languages.
So runga is up and raro is down. So what's runga? Up. And raro?
Down.
And patu?
Slap, run.
Yeah. Okay. Runga. 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 Raro.
Raro is down.
Raro. 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 Patu.
I was
So you lose a hand.
I lose a hand.
Because you lose a hand. Oh, who-
Why don't you
you with,
I got you.
who was-
I've got them.
Oh, yeah, you've got them. Yeah. Okay, so reset. Runga. 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 Patu. So if you miss, you lose a hand. Yeah, if you lose a hand.
Oh, this is hard to think when you get lost a hand.
I'm going to whistle myself up.
Runga. 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 Raro. Raro. Runga. 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 Patu.
I'm out with it, big ass.
Oh my god! Reset.
I think I feel like the bumps in your head.
Okay, let's go. Raro. 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 Patu.
I did get some of them.
Alright, that's
Yeah.
what it's called.
She's the man with no hands.
So thank you. Thank you.
No,
So,
a little bit of clearer.
And
wonderful. Anyone else got anything to add?
I could often think that one of the things which I use with all games and theatre stuff is about being in the realm of theatre, everything has potential meaning. So normally we would frame up anything around
Looks
an
like that
inquiry
maybe
or a
there.
struggle. We could say, play this game and then chat. What did we discover in that about our professional practice, how we approach our professional practice?
Wonderful.
So, and maybe we can pair up and just do that and then share
What a great idea. Yeah, they're not starting till 10.
Oh, okay.
Right, so 10 is the first presentation in front of the screen. So they're doing what we're doing right now, pairing up and wandering around.
I could also offer up other exercises.
No,
but
that's a great thing to say. What does that
it's-
mean about your professional
What did we
practice?
discover? Yeah.
That'd be lovely. Can I go with you? You come over here. We can talk about that. What did I discover?
What did you discover?
No, that's
So, out of playing the games, what did you discover anything about your practice? The question.
Right.
Like,
Like I have to discover this university because I haven't been here.
right. Oh, okay.
Did you have a chance to
And that's
discover it?
What was it? Sorry.
Did you have a chance to discover it? This university?
So I've done a degree with them before.
Ah.
Yeah, I did a Bachelor of Applied Management. So, and now I'm doing the doctorate of
Did
professional
you do
practice.
a master's?
No, because I
Honours.
already had 2 degrees prior to doing the Bachelor of Applied Management, one of which was kind of like a master's. It was a 3-year postgraduate degree. So, and I've got, because of my work, because I'm old, so.
You are not. You are young.
But I've done lots of writing and research in my work, so I basically put all that together and sent that in.
I think
and they said I didn't need to do the masters. So
It doesn't matter if you are young or you're
Yeah.
old.
But-
It matters is your knowledge. You have enough knowledge to do
But what I'm saying is I've got a long history. I had a long history of work, so I put that together and
Yeah.
So I kind of had the equivalent of a master's from years ago, but it's not called a master's. But anyway, probably it wouldn't have been a bad idea to do the master's, but
Yeah,
because
doctor
there's a bit of a learning curve.
but doctor is even better.
Yeah, but basically I said at my age, I'm not going to do a master's and then do a doctorate. I'll be retired before I did the doctorate if I had to do that. So, so I said I'm either doing the doctorate or I'm not doing anything. So, anyway.
Did you have a chance this morning to discover the university?
Further upstairs.
Yes,
No, I
or
haven't been up.
downstairs.
Yeah, no, I just came straight here because we were here yesterday for our doctoral program.
What comes
so,
up for me is how much I chose myself.
Was that program only for Otaku doctors?
It was for people doing the Doctorate of Professional Practice program. So
Only in this university?
yeah.
Okay. What are you trying to discover?
What was it?
What are you trying to
I'm looking at how we support senior leadership in non-profit organisations.
Alright, you were talking about it.
My claim.
I suppose that last point is quite important. Is what was it? Do we go too far?
Should we come back to the main group? And if anyone wants to share to the group, we can do that.
Great. These chairs are really good. I highly recommend grabbing one of these.
I had one next to my desk and they took it from me. I guess.
So I just thought, thank you for sharing the games. And as jumping into facilitation, I wanted to create an opportunity if you want to share any insights you've discovered within those games about that collective learning to further.
I identified the fact that when you're taller and strong, you have a responsibility to take care of something came up for me. And that's the symbology of that is I'm a white, partly hard male with a hell of a lot of privilege, and I have a responsibility to use that one. That's
I was thinking about how even though my practice is about kind of embodiment and stuff, I've been studying for 2 years, and just kind of reminding me how tied we are to thought and physical. I found it quite hard doing that one, so I thought, I do. Yep, what next? I felt like something had been taken away. So
Hi Janet.
yeah, and just
Welcome.
make sure.
Have you been walking around looking for us? Hello. You're welcome. This is everybody. Janet, look, it's everybody. Oh wow. Nice. Glad to see you. We're starting in Dunedin at 10 o'clock, so we're just having some warm-ups. We've introduced our practice, and we're just having we just played a couple of games of the M board, which you played at our last course.
Nice.
Little paku and slap the hand and all that, so we're just debriefing that. Rowan's kindly using the theatre system Heimlich inspired thingy.
The other thing I was interested in is that no one opted out, and it developed a great intimacy. We'd already shared, but then we all went into that quite close physical stuff. I'm quite intrigued with that, so all of us, I'm just wondering about that. How we don't know each other, but we still did that quite quickly.
I was the opposite. I was like, where's the touching game? I was like, I'm sort of low key touching. So just wanting to and knowing that's always an edge for me, and it's always there, like physical contact with other humans, and just being mindful of that kind of work of mine. I keep saying, because I come up say, I have children, I like touching my children, I love and hugs. Like I don't not give who I love, but just and that also really warms my heart that there's a lot more to our body that goes into the world, and that this comfort level that we're having as a country, and in my life and my practice, something I'm trying to do is get the mother tongues that I'm the first generation to lose some, and my children are the first generation that they're like to not have their way in. So just this idea around how we hold our languages and things like games, it's like actually
I was looking at all the hands going, dear Lord, but still got it. Still got it. So I came from when I first started work, I did youth work, so we did lots of games. But then as you climb the slippery slope, you get a very long way away from games of those nature. You play other games, not usually as fun or as positive. So. But I do think the touching thing's interesting because I kind of relate. I have a big sense of personal space. I usually go, I only allow my husband to hug me and not that often, but no, that's not really true. But I do have a big sense of personal space, and so sometimes you just got to push that a little bit, don't you? But I was also thinking, if I tried to do this with a group of my staff, it'd be really interesting to see how many of them would run 300 miles away, because we stop doing this stuff as adults, don't we? At some point. It's just kind of like,
Just so sad.
yeah, I know, it is really.
Everyone finished what they wanted to say? Because I want to bring Janet in, and I thought the nicest way to bring you in the 6 minutes we have is for each of us to pick one other person and introduce how we see their practice, what we heard. Okay? There's a nice little challenge, and for then Janet to bring herself in. I'm going to introduce this man, James, to you, and what I understand, he's an academic who works up here, and you are exploring your practice around having more of a team focus and people being able to bring their talents to that team.
Personal empowerment, yeah. I'm going to introduce Emma, because we were chatting before. And what I found interesting about Emma was that her study is looking at, she's setting up a learning centre, and something that I found really interesting about what she was saying to me was that she's looking at how to include the spiritual within learning and bringing that into learning design and how people learn. I hope I got that right.
Well, this is an opportunity to see how others witness us, right? So it's a bit of a leap, but have a go. You can't get it wrong. You can check if you're concerned about getting it wrong.
Juliana is from Brazil originally, lived in Brighton, and is an oceanographer who is starting to look at the relationship between New Zealanders in the ocean, especially the indigenous ones.
Julie, she is working on the learning center. And her style, but the focus is more on exploring the body movement and events.
I'm going to introduce Alice, who is looking into Chinese teaching and learning. And is interested in a particular session today about Chinese
I'm going to introduce Fanny. She's now a doctoral student in Auckland, and before a doctor, she had 3 degrees, I think. 1 bachelor and 2 master's degree. And now, and now she's focusing on practice, something.
On social justice and leadership.
Yes.
So it's hard to introduce our own practice, let alone someone else's, isn't it?
Yeah.
So good try. Welcome.
Helen, have you been introduced yet? I've lost track. So I'll introduce Helen. It's slightly cheating because she's a doctoral for professional practice student as well. Looking at play and spirituality and getting outside our heads.
I'll let you we engage others in.
So there's communication. Theatre provides communication at all levels. Is that what you said essentially? There's always a meaning going on.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
yeah, communication, and then how we can use those levels to get stuff which we can't really just find a way through by rationally thinking about it. Introduce Steve. Steve's visual practices about supporting learning, but in particular, looking at kind of methods beyond just using words, and it's just starting a PhD, which is going to be much more about like other ways of expressing and using art and movement and challenging what is expected of PhDs.
Jenna knows me too well. Good morning, Kusha.
Morning.
How are
Sorry
you?
I'm late.
Yeah, perfect timing. Come and sit here in the orange chair. You don't get to sit over there.
Thanks.
Nice to see you.
Hi.
We're just introducing ourselves ahead of a quick thing, and we've all finished apart from Janet and Philippa, who was trying to hide from it.
Steve's like,
Yeah, but I never let her get away with it, as she always wants to. Janet, would you like to introduce Philippa? Tell us what her practice is, because you know her well enough. Yeah. That's what we've just been doing, reflecting. I'm not that mean all the time.
Oh, good.
You don't have to. Do you want to summarise your practice for those who don't know?
I'm full-time particularly interested in social impact and design. Getting a lot more interested in what that looks like for brown communities, for Pacifica and Maori communities in New Zealand. And yeah, the system design thinking for me is taking a journey into politics, so it should be fun.
So I'm Janet, and my practice is taking wellbeing programs into schools and working with young kids, motivating, empowering them, and working with particular students that really struggle with social skills and the emotional side of it. So I'm based in school as a chaplain. But this journey of leadership and change has just taken a whole new path, and I'm stretching myself out into other schools and working with many Pacific and Maori students.
Wonderful to have you. I need to let both you know that that camera is live streaming onto YouTube right now. So just to let you know ethically that that's what's happening. Okay, so you can go that way if you don't like it. That's the ethical option at this moment. Yeah, is that, and what you can see on my phone there is what's being seen, so it's actually hard to see in the pictures, but the sound will be well. As we heard, because Steve put his foot right in it by saying it's great to be here in Auckland, and I'd be as far as internet, etc. as well. I'd love to sit there and burn through these meeting down there in Geneva. It's on a 30-second delay, so there we go. So I'm living my authenticity. We'll see if I've got a job on Monday, which is wonderful. Krishna, do you want to introduce yourself?
Well, this might be a golden opportunity
your
for you
practice.
to reflect my practice back.
Oh, it's a wonderful thing. So Krishna's a colleague. She lives in Whangarei, and is a mistressful. Are you mistressful or masterful?
Masterful.
Okay, masterful facilitator of learners, and works in the area of Bachelor of Applied Management, in particular, Bachelor of Social Services and Master Service. And Koshla's, her practice is around mirroring for learners a no bullshit approach. That's her practice. She tells it as she sees it, and that's her main. It's your superpower as far as I'm concerned. Do you think that's okay?
I think it's very
It loves being the centre of attention. That's why I delighted putting her in the big orange chair.
Yeah, I noticed I've got the hot seat.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah. But so look, it's pretty. So it's about the program is really full on from here. I mean, you've looked at it, right? So let's just be kind to ourselves and go walking and go and if there's a session that doesn't resonate with you, walk away. It's quite simple. That's the point. So Adrian's about to start. So this is 10 o'clock. Yeah. So let's get on. Excuse me.
And they're kind of in a bit of a lost space as such, because the sale of the South Island and the blocks that subsequently happened, there was a series of displaced people.
Nice to see you.
And there's a little that's called the Net. And that is a place where a number of these first settler families resided. I'll just pick up on this point very, very briefly, but in essence, what we can say is that through colonisation processes of the state, that there was intensification of trying to eradicate the Ngāi Tapu identity of many of those descendants through acts of education, loss of many kind of food harvesting practices, and many of the people, especially in this lower part of Waikanamu, have lost their Kaitapu identity through colonisation, and hence a very pasty white dog with very brown eyes will stand up here and can talk to you today about this. Interestingly enough, Ron's probably told you this, maybe you know Ron, the Mutton Bird Islands down here and up here, very significant food harvesting places for Ngāi Tapu, but in particular those people from Rakiora. Anyhow, so I just wanted to sow the seeds of that. And today's talk is just a little bit of a journey through the different forms of expression that I have used in my journey on the DPP. This is the very first thing I wrote. It's basically saying, watch out, I'm probably going to use some words that are going to offend some people. Reflectivity, basically have a look at your own biases and examine them, needs to be advised, because I need to talk in an authentic way to people about some issues that I think are very dear to me and dear to this community. And I'll just give you a little bit of a background. So I teach at the Food Design Institute. I'm interested in food or kai. I'm interested in the power relationship between that and knowledge. And my original project was actually to look at the kitchen cultures and why this little, please excuse the language, I've moved on from this potty tongue, but why the constant little voice in your head telling you to basically harden the fuck up was ringing in people's ears, and why would they put up with conditions that other people wouldn't put up with? And I basically, through years of being immersive in this profession, I decided that this was sort of more a personal issue, not a collective industry issue, and that it was something in people's minds that was telling them to push on through and to do these things.
Tell them we can see that.
And I wanted to connect with these people, but I knew that they would never read a journal article. But I had seen them reading fantastic books which were very raw and very honest, and these are intelligent people, but they're just not going to read a journal article about epistemology and ontology. It's just the reality of it. So I wanted to find a voice that was meaningful to them. And in my journey, I come across the spectrum, and now this is a form of voice which is very dear to me. The vocative order of Ngāti. It's really, it doesn't, as a voice, it says, look, half of the journal articles, people don't finish reading them because they don't understand them and they're boring. It says we can actually talk to people in a way that can connect with them at the emotional level, in a heartfelt way that can move them. And I become very interested in this. And it also has another interesting factor. It has a thing that it talks about insider stories. Insider stories are the stories that never get told because the traditional academia sits objectively around something and through its own lens tells its story. When the reality is that the insiders, the people inside of the phenomenon, actually have their own stories. And I've become very, very interested in this space. And so my first piece of work was writing in this space. So I'm just going to read you a little bit about something that I first wrote. The idea with this this voice is that you're feeling like you're situated in the environment, like you're a fly on the wall, as being something, objective. Here's something I wrote earlier on. My black coffee has finally arrived. As I grasp the hot cup, I bring it to my lips for the first quick sip. Its bitterness quickly coats my tongue. It's the thud and the hit of the caffeine that I crave. It's one of the few hangovers that I had left over from a career as a professional chef. It's probably the easiest one to deal with. The little voice from the culinary subconscious saying, harden the fuck up, and much more difficult to battle. They're quite raw and vulnerable to put yourself out there in academia and to say those things. But what you're actually doing in the process of that is actually exposing yourself as a human being, and you're actually saying, these are the things that I'm dealing with. These are the realities of my world. And if the realities of my world are probably the realities of others. And of course, I have to create a sense of legitimacy when I'm trying to talk to people who will probably connect with those experiences, those language structures. And I think that's one of the really important things with autoethnography. So that was kind of this umbrella space that I got into initially. Insider stories that connect at an emotional level. For those of you who have done an EPP or in a DPP at some form, you will have come across the learning agreement. This was kind of my learning disagreement. In essence, I had 9 months just arguing with myself and my subconscious about this document.
Obedience to authority.
What was really interesting is that the first piece of work that I wrote, which was these insider stories, creating a very authentic voice, it was received very well, and they wanted it to be published. Of which it was published, and I thought, this is fantastic. Finally, I can speak in a way which is meaningful to people. I don't have to be so verbose, and I don't have to sound so crusty and academic, and I can really connect with the community I'm trying to connect with. But of course, when you come to the learning agreement, it's kind of quite structured, to say the least. And in the process of coming across this, I had this huge roadblock in my life where do I be obedient and just fill in the template, or do I be authentic to myself? At the time I was looking at the work of Stanley Milgram. I'm not sure if you know his work. It's quite well known in psychology. Stanley Milgram's work is based upon this idea that he did an experiment. He took people off the street and he put people in lab coats. And the people in lab coats said, we're going to do an experiment on people. We're going to ask them questions. Every time they get the question wrong, we're going to give them a little buzz, a little electric buzz. And people would do this, and they got a small amount of money to do it. And then they would continue to turn off the dial every time they got a question wrong. So people were screaming in pain, in absolute pain. And then and the people in lab coats would say to the testies, can you just give them one more little zap? And they would. And it was an amazing experiment in how, as humans, we can be conditioned into authority, by authority to perform acts which aren't authentic to ourselves. People would not normally hurt people. When you put people in a position of authority, what Milgram states is that people will do strange things. So for myself, I was in this dilemma of, do I, now that I've got an authentic voice and I want to write in a different way, how do I deal with a learning agreement which is saying, no, I'd like you to write like this? Well, at least it's the voice in my head that I can do that. So here's how I sort of dealt with it. I don't know if you can sort of read the finer details in there, but I was very obedient at first, and I started to fill it in. Name, you've probably seen all this, context, background, some stuff in here, and then I said, developed by Chef Scotty at the turn of the century, blah, blah, blah. Which is really what you're saying in your mind. I did submit this one, right?
Blah, blah, blah.
Then I got to the second page. I just carried on filling in. Please see the supporting discussion in the method section. God, I hate this stuff. By this stage, I've just had a bit of a gut feel of the whole thing. and I get to my method section, this just isn't working, nothing feels right, I hate this template, screw you template. Actually, I wrote something before I wrote screw you, but maybe I need to say something. Should I say something? Am I even allowed to say something? But I don't want to upset anyone. I mean, they've done so much hard work on this, why am I to, but it feels wrong. Everything I've read, which has inspired my work, is contrary to this position, and I'm starting to get a little bit upset. This actual piece of work is actually a form of academia. Martin, who is over here, and Richard, my upper supervisor, have done a lot of work in this space. And Leonie has a lot to say about the space as well. It's a combination of a performance and it's performative. It's a performance form of autoethnography in the sense that you are performing how you feel at that point in time. It's performative in the sense that it is writing back and it's embodying a way of saying, screw you template, I've had enough of you, I'm going to break the rules of what it is and just expose to you exactly what is your ideology or what sits behind your belief system. So in a sense, I felt comfortable that I could just dribble all over a page because in essence, I knew why I could dribble all over a page because I could find the academic position to support it. Of course, is the secret of all of this. And then, of course, I'm getting really angry and talking to myself a lot about this, and so I decided to write a letter to the, and asked them, could I do it in a different way? But then as a form of my own social protest, I decided not to use fonts Times Roman 12, or whatever I had to use. And I asked, is there really a template for education? And should our ways of knowing be placed in boxes? And for what reason would we choose to construct such boxes? These are all deep philosophical questions. Why are we choosing to construct such boxes? For what purposes do they serve? And I had a bit of brain to myself, and I even wrote a whole chapter, which was a conversation between me and my subconscious, arguing about this very dilemma. And of course, I expected totally to be rejected. Fill in the template, a good boy. And they replied, happy for Adrian to use a different format if he chooses and we encourage his creativity, which of course was always the answer. Because the doctorate space is a space which invites criticality, it invites challenging of biases and norms, dominant paradigms. That is what a doctorate space is about. So by now, I've given myself permission to start operating in this space. I've also now submitted a learning agreement and then decided to completely change my project because returning back to the small story of Raki Ora, I was much more interested now in how had the people of these first contact, how had so many of them lost their cultural identity? What was happening there? And why was it someone like myself felt knew fully well, could trace my whakapapa quite clearly back to the Raki Ora, but didn't feel kaitaparo inside? What was going on here? And of course, whakapapa will tell us that you are a product of many things that have been before. And hence it becomes important for me to go back and start to explore this. So this insider's voice came back in. And this is where I came into Indigenous autoethnography. So this is another subset of autoethnography. And just fortuitous timing, my wonderful supervisor, Kelly, came on board. She introduced me into this space. And it sits within kaupapa Māori research. And storytelling is a fundamental element of kaupapa Māori research. So now I've finally found a space where I can tell stories within a kaupapa Māori research space and start to become somewhat more authentic to myself. It is, at a basic level, for those of you who haven't come across kaupapa Māori research before, it's based upon kind of three important elements. It's philosophy, it's deep philosophy. If you enter the space, this is what you should be intending to do, according to Praxis19. It's a process of which your work will critically awaken people to their situation. Contextualization. It has an element of resistance built within it, and it has an element of transformative action that will happen. when you operate in the space. This needs to be the driving factor of your work. So for me, this related to the concept of how can I critically awaken people like myself who are lost to their kaitaku identity, and how can I create stories that enlighten them and actually expose the actions of the past and actually then expose the current lives we live today. So I've become very interested in the space, and of course, as I mentioned before, storytelling, or pūrākau, as I'll talk about in a minute, sits comfortably in this space. So pūrākau, it is a form of decolonisation. It's a form of saying we're going to express our knowledge in our traditional, through our traditional means in ways that works for Māori, with Māori and by Māori. And that's a kind of really important element to it. It is speaking directly to those people. And in recent times, it is only in recent times that it's accepted in academia. Generally, she broke ground with pūrākau. Pūrākau, you may have heard of in an everyday more common sense. You may have heard of like the story of Maui and he goes and fishes up. So you may have heard of Ranganui and Papatunga being separated by the brothers. Those are pūrākau. Those are the traditional stories. But within those stories, there are deep levels of meaning that you can unpack. And in traditional times, only certain people had permission to access certain levels of knowledge. So, but pūrākau can also mean that as a contemporary, you can create pūrākau. You can create stories that have depths of meaning placed within them. At the moment, pūrākau is mainly used in academia for the purposes of listening to people's stories and repacking them and disseminating them, making sense of them. But it is a creation, it is a creative methodology as well. So within it there are levels of insight and knowing, and it's at this point I'd like to address this concept of putama, which is this pattern that we see on the tukutuku panel. And it relates to like a staircase of learning. It's symbolic of Tāne going and going up the staircase, which is Kiwi, pūrākau, story. Going up and collecting the baskets of knowledge and bringing them back down to Marama. But in essence, there are levels and insights that we can get within our work if we can start the process of peeling them back. So at a basic level, it's kahi. So that's, if you were writing something, this would be just like the basic facts of the story, subject, verb, nothing too complex within it, basic understandings. And as sort of at the next level, we start to get at the relational level of storytelling, in which the storyteller starts making connections with other people again. So you sort of, still sort of low level stuff. By the time we get to the next level, we're talking about this emotional level, this impact on the listener. How is this starting to make you feel? And you can even start to see that this has sort of relationships with evocative word of novelty as well. Now as we start moving up, we start getting into a more analytical level. Once we listen to the stories, we can start to link those stories to other stories. We can start analysing things. We can start making sense of the world. We can start to decipher more insights. And then at a very high level, wairoa or spirituality level, it provides space for those who interact with the pūrākau to create this essential relationship. This is something, knowledge that goes, it's very high wisdom. Knowledge which is very hard to access and it can take quite a long time to interpret and understand. But this is the very high level that sits within pūrākau. And in traditional times, we're talking about people with sacred, with knowledge, would have shared that with others. Only certain people had access to that knowledge. So anyhow, how does this relate to my work? time here because I'm from the Raki Ora, and my work is to speak to the people of Raki Ora, or the descendants of Raki Ora. I've used the titi, Makbird, or sort of Shewara, as also known, as the symbolic metaphor of the voice that I've created. So, on the island, the bird, when it returns, it sort of courts. They have an egg, they make an egg, they go out, they get fish. It's the lived experience. It's the lived experience. And it's kind of, for me as a writer, I call this the voice of humanity. It's when I write stories about my lived experience, my partner's lived experiences, and it's relational and it's emotive. It's just, this is what happened. This is the element of it. This is kind of like the first 3 layers of Pūrākau. Then, the wonderful thing about the titi bird is, around May, they leave, and it's debated where they go, but let's just say that they roughly go to South America and up the east coast of America and over to Japan and back. But these birds, when they travel, they see many, many things and many different voices. They become very insightful and very critical. And so for me, when I write certain parts of my work, it's this voice of consciousness, this critical consciousness of bringing together those other voices that exist without them. And then the third voice that I've created is at a very spiritual level. For me, it's very poetic in its nature. There is no have to decode it to see its wisdom. And this is what I call my titi voice of wisdom that I've created. It is a voice which, until you've really read all of the work, you can't actually see what the messages are within it. And just on that note, I just wanted to show you this concept of how this voice comes in. So when the titi has done its travels, and it's been right throughout the world, it's picked up all these different voices, and it comes back down to Raki Ora. It comes in a beautiful way. It's like a black cloud. I've never actually had the benefit of seeing it. I play conversation, but that's not story. But the reality is, the people who have seen this, and some have captured it, will take this beautiful black cloud that interacts in the sky, and it interacts in a way at a space between like a celestial space and our physical space. But when you see the bird, I'll just play you a short video. I apologise for the accent, it's a little bit annoying, but you'll actually see the beauty of this bird and its poetic nature. But in essence, it's a metaphor for expression of voice. So, anyhow, just to wrap this up, because I know we need to move on, I guess the key takeaway message that I want to give to you in this talk today is about finding one's authentic academic voice. So often we come into these situations feeling we need to perform in a different kind of way. We need to upper ourselves, as they would say in academia. But the reality is there are many awesome spaces that exist for people to be authentic to themselves. And it really is just a situation of finding that space and finding the other voices in that space and running that conversation. Thank you.
your key academic voice. Isn't that beautiful? Anyone, what are the other big single bullet points out of that one?
Storytelling.
Storytelling within your own head.
Or within your own cultural space. Yeah, I'm not just, yeah.
Should we listen to him? Sorry, I didn't mean to stop him. I just didn't want to hear the clapping.
Keepers of traditional knowledge, are you actually allowed those non-traditional interpretations?
Are you allowed those? Oh, well, look, that's a quick thing. The answer to that is, that's a big debate. But there is when you go back to Papahari and its philosophy of what you were trying to do, then there is the space. There will always be some, and within that that's very political, and people have different views in that space about who can do what and how in that space. But at the end of the day, you know, for me, I'm talking to people who are lost. And I had to find a voice for people who are lost and a way for them to connect. Yeah, that's a whole other question. That's great. Yeah, cool, thanks.
So I just wanted to ask you a question about your DPP journey, finding your voice through Pūrākau, and how that translates into your learning and teaching environment and your relationship with your students.
At an everyday pragmatic level, I teach in design, and design is very it's Western-centric to say the least. So in terms of the models and practices, simple things, allowing different forms of practice, which is great to our Māori, very values driven, allowing metaphorical representation of knowledge, traditional knowledge. So I would say in the last 18 months it has dramatically changed as a sense of confidence in myself, a sense of actually getting in there and understanding this different cosmology. So yeah, it's an exciting place. We've had some interesting projects with students working in a Cookbox Māori space in their communities, back up, creating their own product, which is amazing.
This will have to be our last one, so we have to move on.
So Adrian, what advice have you got for someone who is not Ngātahi but identifies with this?
Well, I think if you just identify with storytelling and those different voices, then just there's heaps of spaces available to do that in the Western paradigm. So you don't need to, I'm doing various reasons, obviously. But if I hadn't have gone into this research space, I could have still come up with these expressions in the Western space. It exists. So, yeah, go for it.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
He's a really cool guy. So how would you embody people, theatre or dance? What is this finding? How does that finding your authentic voice translate into embodiment? What is that? You know what I mean? Yeah. There's a dilemma there, isn't it? This thing about voice narrative versus embodiment. Right. So that your body is your voice.
Use your voice in a way that taps into embodiment. Like embodiment doesn't have to be, you use your body, it means that you're like connecting to a whole bunch of different senses.
October last year.
And there's a way you can
And also
that taps into like emotional intuition. It's not necessarily like cognitive.
Yeah. Here's the next transition from what I used to do for what I do now. And the fact that I took up the study is part of it. So I'm going to ask everyone to get into the IT space. So some of you are already there, and that's fine. And some of you are not. I promise you can leave it afterwards. I'll leave you that. But let's just get into the IT side of things. So what I've come up with to begin with is a little diagram that I think sums up the IT strategy for probably about 99% of businesses. You could probably apply this to most businesses. So it starts off, you've got your information, that might be your data, it might be some sort of analytics. I don't know, it could be anything really. You take your information and pass it through to some form of technology, hence information technology in IT. So that's where we get to is you've got some sort of technology that was no doubt put in by some consultant that cost an astronomical amount. And then it does something that I don't think anyone does really. It's a mystery to go behind. Incidentally, this part here I'm fairly certain is why IT professionals have a strong tendency to become alcoholics later in life, but we won't go there. So something happens and then all of a sudden you have profit. That is the IT strategy for most businesses, I think. So apply that to who you work for. It might be accurate. I don't know. I won't make any judgments, that's for sure. I've worked in there long enough to know that this is just the reality of the situation. What might someone who works in IT experience on a day-to-day basis though? So let's think about some of the challenges perhaps that people like myself may face. Long and uncivilized hours. Now I'm sure some of you in education and healthcare are probably tuning up your tiny violins right now. I get that, that's fine, but the simple fact of the matter is with IT, working during the day quite often isn't the best bet. You need to do stuff when people are logged off, which means long hours, often into the night. Complex system interaction. So a lot of people are probably thinking about that like, okay, that's technology, that's a server or a workstation or a piece of software. System also refers to the people that use it. They are the ones that enter the information that is required, and quite often the interaction with them is along the lines of people who don't understand the technology that they are using. All they know is that all of a sudden something is not working. They get irate. So that is another complex system that an IT professional has to work with. Constant obsolescence. I think I pronounced that correctly. With a lot of technology, it is designed to go out of date, it is designed to be replaced, and that is something that an IT professional needs to be aware of and needs to manage. And that leads into the last point, which is unforgiving CPD requirements, which means that you need to be up to date at all times. You need to be working real hard to keep your knowledge and your practices in line with what is the reality of your environment. So that's the IT space, as far as I see it. Just a very, very sort of 1,000-yard view. For me, I spent many years thinking that my progression through the IT world was very unusual. And since the beginning of the MVP, I found that actually, no, I'm just another person that has sort of found my way there via some means that you actually weren't expecting. I'm not alone in that regard. So I started off in retail a long time ago. My first job out of high school was in a horrible big box retailer. I was there for 4 years. I kind of regret perhaps spending that long there. The closest I came to IT was working in this down in Vision. So I'm not going to talk about which company it was, they were bloody awful, that's okay. I did that for 4 years before finding myself in a different type of retail that sold computers and all that kind of stuff. And I ended up doing home installation for them. So over the course of 2.5 years, I went from doing retail to doing home installation, going to people's houses, installing computers, printers, modems, all that kind of stuff. Somehow, by some miracle, that turned into corporate IT. I managed to get a role as a IT consultant for a firm based in Christchurch with an office in Dunedin. And all of a sudden, instead of working with home computers, I was working with servers. I was working with workstations, corporate IT solutions, software, whatever it may be. I ended up doing that. I was there for 9 years. I did IT consulting work. And we're going to be exploring that a little bit in just a minute. But this is where what I identified in my improv I identified an engineer identity as part of that process. That was my former self. and perhaps one of the biggest sources I have regret. So let's take a look at this idea, engineer identity. As a consultant, I was a consultant. I did consulting, I did managed services, which is another word for cloud, which is a very loaded word these days. I found in that role that the progression options were extremely limited. Really, when you're a consultant, if you want to be doing that sort of work, the only real progression you had in that space was to become a better consultant, to get specialised in a particular area. And for myself, in this particular identity, I felt that the work itself was just an unending cycle, and that I did have my head in the sand. If it meant moving out of my comfort zone, if it meant any deviation from going to work, going home, playing video games, having dinner, going to bed, waking up, going to work, rinse and repeat, I was not interested. I had no desire whatsoever to be better than that. And that included progression within that field, and it included education as a professional. I just was not interested. I spent 9 years doing that, and yeah, think about it now, it's awful. However, things don't stay the same. We do have to keep moving. And that happened to me. I ended up getting offered a position by Auckland, my employer these days. And at the same time, I also began postgraduate study for an MBA. So a lot of things happened at once. We had a situation where I started off as a systems administrator, very quickly realised that, well, actually, they need more than that. They don't need someone who can keep things running. They need someone who can actually make decisions and think about strategy. And not just thinking about keeping the lights running now, but sort of keeping them going in 6 months, and a year, and 2 years. What are we going to be doing in the future? So again, there's a massive shift, not just in my own personal practice, where I thought I'd be going and just working on workstations and servers and all that fun stuff, but also thinking about what those servers, what those workstations are going to look like in a few years' time. So there was a huge shift, not just in practice, but also responsibility too, because I was, of course, accountable for making those changes. And that's when the EPP also began. So why is that significant? A lot of you, of course, are well aware of why that's significant, because there was a lot of things that needed to be forced that I'd never considered before. The idea of literary review. On one occasion you've read the odd fiction book beforehand, but why would I want to read these crusty books that tell you how to be a better person, how to be a better manager? I never would have bothered. So we had this massive change in terms of literature review, in terms of reflective thinking, and of course this critical precedence promotion. As a result, what were my behaviours, what were my practices, what were my biases in the past? And was I comfortable with those back then? Well, clearly I was then. Am I now? Well, certainly not. The responsibility for those choices and those actions was something that I was actually forced to analyse as a result of EPP. And this led to probably the biggest thing for me was the idea of emotional maturity. So some people would define that perhaps as being able to not react emotionally to the events that unfold around you, to not escalate situations needlessly, is perhaps another way of putting it. For me, the idea of emotional maturity is the ability to basically let things pass, think about things calmly, and then make the most appropriate decisions from there. So that's been one of the biggest developments I've found as part of this process. As time went on, and with management and IT for myself, it started off I was really only managing technology and the vendors that support it. I wasn't managing people. That is something that has changed. Part of that, of course, also comes into strategic thinking, and the other thing was professional networking. When I had my head in the sand as an engineer, I wanted none of that. I wouldn't want to talk to people. Who would want to do that? And that was one of the biggest changes, and it's certainly something that lawyers like to do, is to have a drink and talk to people. So that was one of the huge things I found that the EPP supported, which led on to other things. A lot of external engagement became my norm for quite some time, and still is to this day. As part of the EPP, I explored options such as the Institute of IT Professionals, of which there are a number of members here today as well. I explored options such as Tech Week, and all sorts of things like that that I would not have even considered when I was an engineer. And the biggest thing about that was the exposure that came with to different ideas, different concepts that I would not have found by myself. And that today is probably my most important way of learning, is talking to different people, finding out what they do, finding out how it differs to what I do, and where the middle ground is between those things. So, and I forgot to mention, I also did authors and conference papers. It's big as it seemed. So I've now presented at 2 ITX conferences as well. A similar paper to this, actually, just a few months ago. So again, huge changes in what I used to do compared to what I do now. So I come to the second identity that I identified as part of my improv practice, which is the manager identity. High level of autonomy. This kind of comes into some of the points that Adrian just spoke about, seeking permission. When you get given a sudden high amount of autonomy, you have to learn to give yourself permission. Like today, for example, my manager doesn't know I'm here. I've just shown up, so that's fine. I haven't had too many phone calls, so it's all good. But of course, there is accountability that goes with that. I may get back to work and say, hey, where were you this morning? I'm like, I was doing stuff that's fine. So that comes along with that autonomy. I'm very highly engaged now in the firm strategy and operations, trying to run those two things at the same time. Thankfully, I now have a select few staff that can handle a large portion of our operations for me, allowing me to focus on the higher end strategy stuff. And of course, constantly contributing to industry and community via the different external engagement aspects that I am engaged in these days. So what are the differences between the two? The biggest one, of course, is that self-connect critical awareness. When you've got your head in the sand, you don't want to know the stuff, you don't think about that stuff. These days, it's very different. There is that aspect now where I'm constantly looking at what I'm doing, constantly re-evaluating what my contribution is and how I'm going about it. Is this the best way to do so? Again, that emotional maturity, that ability to allow things to happen and to not immediately react, to respond rather than react. And I mean, that comes into it as well, as Adrian mentioned, the voices in the head. And right now, I have a little voice saying, what are you doing? You're standing in front of a group of people and you're talking crap. When you get the emotional maturity to sort of move beyond that, to ignore that little voice and say, well, screw it, I'm doing it anyway. You know you're moving in the right direction. So again, this is a work in progress. We're not there yet, but hey, who knows what happens in the future. And of course, the confidence and motivation that comes with it. Doing public speaking, this is something I never would have done 3 years ago. Not in a million years, and yet here I am doing it. And with the confidence to do it comes the motivation to do more. Hence why in February I began the DPP. The DPP was fantastic. It did a lot of change for me, a lot of personal development. And I found in the last year I have missed it terribly. Hence why I'm moving forward with the DPP. So I'm hoping it will have a similar effect and keep things moving forward. And the biggest thing, of course, is that it is a recognition that this is an ongoing process. This is not the end. There is more to be done, and we're pushing even further than that. That's pretty much I hope that was interesting. So if you have any questions.
Jamie, I'm fascinated at that tipping point of what were the factors that helped your motivation to tip from engineer and into the study space, because that's that something triggered the sense that something is going to be different, and I'm really interested in that cusp.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. I think probably the biggest change between the two roles, between going from being a consultant to being a assistant manager, was that all of a sudden I didn't have the same, I wouldn't say the same accountability, I didn't have the same supervision, I didn't have the same amount of people running my house, really. I didn't have to worry about timesheets, I didn't have to explain to anyone what I was doing. I was trusted to get on and get the job done. And it turns out I was pretty good at it, just getting the job done. So instead of having someone deciding what I needed to do, I was responsible for deciding by myself. And I was very fortunate that I had this wonderful program that we call EPP to give me some sort of framework around that. So that the two situations just sort of married together, and the rest is history. I must have figured it out because I'm still here. So no, I think that's probably the best way to describe it.
What's race then?
I just guess in light of that, then what's your future, what's your thinking with your DPP then? Now that the door's opened as such.
There's quite a few options when it comes to DPP. I think the question of professional identity, what it means to be an IT professional in today's world, and especially when we're changing it the rate we are, I think there's a lot of options we can come to bear. It's still very much a young industry. Like my role did not exist 30 years ago. Just simply didn't, and anyone that did call themselves an IT manager certainly wasn't doing what I do. There's no doubts about that. We're also unregulated. So there are things to look at. There should be regulated. Given the amount of people that call themselves IT professionals, and it shouldn't be, who do very questionable things, I do think there are things to look at there. Another aspect that I've sort of given a little bit of thought to in terms of the DPP is also, again, along the identity side of things. Similar lines to yourself, Adrian, I myself, and as you can tell, not entirely white. I have a New Age background, and it's something that I've never really given the time of day to. So I think a cultural exploration of sort of not just myself, but also others like me that are New Age half-castes that have been scattered across the world. What experiences have they had that are my own? So there's certainly options along those lines to explore.
Among the people who you work with, what do you think they would see different in you now managing DPP?
$1 million question, right? I'm honestly, of the people I work with, I don't put that clear. They just want their systems to work. They want someone who can manage that. We've got that, thankfully, at least I'm pretty certain they do. I don't think they've noticed a huge difference, and that's mainly because I don't interact with them to the same extent perhaps I would. The people who I do interact with, the vendors, my former employer, who actually still handles our third-party IT requirements, they have noticed the difference, and I've had that commented on many times. So yeah, there has been those that have noticed, but when you deal with 80 people who are busy lawyers who have to get on with their own work, I don't think they've noticed. But maybe that's the key to IT. If you're doing your job properly, people don't notice. So you get a question, if you're doing things right, they say, well, why are we paying the IT guys to do everything? We can say, right, why are we paying the IT guys to do things properly? So and it's a very difficult balance to maintain, but I don't lose sleep over that, let me put it that way.
Thank you very much. Oh.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
They must know how to do something I don't. Zoom in on the screen. Yes. See? So I can zoom and do what Ray's doing, which is alternate from a presenter to the screen. Camera can see you, right? See you
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have any questions. So Bonnie, I'm just practicing how to get you ready, because you're on after this guy, right? And we'll be, yeah. So I've got your slides. might just set it up now so it's ready to go.
Just here is oh, you're in a snapshot.
That's what we look at there.
It is. Whoops. Sorry. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, have you got fine print or is?
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
I try the less is more technique with PowerPoint. Plus I'm as blind as a bat, so I figure if I am, everyone else.
Alright. I'll do what I can.
Don't worry, it might get a copy.
Pardon?
Screen's on the top.
Because we're on a side angle.
Don't worry. We can reframe it as a different perspective.
I'm just aware that this is the session where we're going to have the first one here in Dunedin.
That's what I'm going to do, that one. What? There's a 30-second delay. We'll just do that until they start again. Nicer on the ears, don't you think? Praxis from Dunedin, is that one? If you see someone head up to the podium, yell out and we'll turn the volume up, eh? Okay. So here's the chat box, so we can say stuff in here if we want. IE, Bonnie, or why?
IE, definitely.
Do you remember a racehorse called Bonnie's Chance that was in the in the 80s? I won a lot of money on that horse.
When my parents named me, everyone went, oh, we've got a racehorse called that, or oh, we've got a dog called that. Charming.
Charming. So the novelty's worn off on that one.
It has. I'm named after an American waitress, which is something I used to like to say to my parents because they kind of go, because my dad studied in New York, did his masters, and he was so poor he could barely afford to eat. And this waitress called Bonnie used to slip him extra food.
Wow.
I said to him later, you know she's probably trying to chat you up. So when he got home and I was the reunion baby, was, you know, they named me Bonnie. In America, it sounds like Barney. Barney, the dinosaur. My children, when we went around the States several times, we've been to the States a lot to a family there.
So Bonnie, that's what your screen's going to look like, okay? You're going to be on the podium there, and the slides will be like that, all right?
Yeah.
It's the best. It's the best I can do.
I'm flexible. I come from the non-profit sector.
You watch in 30 seconds. This is going to move over to there.
Spooky.
I know. Delayed. There I am. Look, there I go. Half and away. Look at the way he's slouching. His posture's appalling. My old yoga teacher would have a field day. So the old YouTube live stream isn't that glamorous, is it really? I mean, it just, you get all of it, don't you? You get the... Yeah, so the only way to get this straight is to put it right in the middle of the room, and it's like, that's not going to be... It's got more than a minute delay.
I'm still waiting for you to...
I know, it's more than 30 seconds delay, isn't it?
I was taking a church service once. And I was really
Now we're waiting, which is even worse.
I'll do. Hey, Ray.
He wants to talk to me. So do you think I'll get fired after those comments? God. Oh, I see, it's nice to have you all in here in Auckland. But, I think it's wonderful to get the Dunedin-centric institution thinking more northward, and half our learners are here. And, bravo! Thanks for coming. Oh, wasn't it? I thought it was.
No, check yourself. Check the mic is off.
Yep. Okay, and then Michael.
I'm sure technology is sentient and it knows when it has to I taught this teacher class on using technology for marketing and all of that. What do you know?
I know. So I've got her PowerPoint ready to go, and can you see my feed at the moment?
Breakdown. So it'll be in the whiteboard and
so I've decided to go for the podium like that, across the screen like that. I'll try and zoom. Yeah, that'll do. I mean, that's the best I can do. And okay. Okay. All right. I'll try that.
I lost 3 of you.
We'll see if I can turn the light on.
Well, there's some bars. That's why they're in there. Well, have you seen what? Okay, so if you look at this one here, using care observation of teaching as a means of improving teaching practice. Okay, great. That sounds lovely, right? Do you want to know what else I'm currently doing this thing on? Is here we are. Because obviously.
Yeah, it's a 2-minute delay, isn't it? It's quite a lot. Right, here we go, folks. I'm told. Jo Kirkwood, if no one's met her, who's the postgrad supervisor. She's going to introduce my book. So Bonnie, you're going to talk for what, 20 minutes and then 10 minutes of questions? Is that how you want to roll it? Do you want me to give you a cue when it's time, getting close to that time, or how do you want to roll it?
Oh, it should be fine.
Okay.
Stop me after an hour. Okay.
Don't worry.
I'll be alright. I'll put the little technology on.
Okay.
We also have one Auckland. So halfway through we'll need you online to switch to the Auckland link. Okay, so first up we've got Michael McDonald, and he is probably our most recent graduate of the Master of Professional Practice as of about 2 weeks or so ago. So he's going to tell us a bit about what he's done and show us some of this really neat
Can you hear all right?
that he's used to complete his master. So hand over to you, Michael.
Good morning. My name is Michael McDonald. I work in an industry that thrives on communication. It's health software development, but communication between business, clinical, and development can be very, very challenging. The business, clinical, and development languages are very, very different. I am someone who is asked multiple times each day to bridge those differences and provide a clear message, clear understanding between the parties. When I first started the MPP program, I quickly became aware of the amount of research, notes and material that I would need to keep track of. I tried to stay organised with a digital notebook. It was up to a point that I knew more was needed. What about reflective activities? Collaborative activities? How do I visualise these? I had a wealth of analysis techniques, but very quickly I could see they were tuned towards speed. But I needed, so in my industry, they needed to work oftentimes in a very chaotic and messy practice. My tools and techniques needed to be extended, some a little, some a lot. This presentation consists of several parts. Reflecting, what tools and techniques did I use to build an understanding of who I am? Inquiring, with that understanding in mind, how did I discover who I wanted to be? Iterating, having a plan, what did I need to do to reach my goal? Polishing, once I got to my goal, what additional steps did I need to take to package my work? And finally, at the end, time permitting, a discussion, so an opportunity for us to talk some more. I will hope that you see this is more than just a show and tell. Throughout, I hope that you will see how I've turned these tools upon myself with a new way of thinking. A quick note, you see a light bulb has appeared on the screen. These are links that I can click on, but I have preloaded them for this presentation, but I can certainly click on that light bulb now and it takes us over onto further resources that can help us. So I'll simulate clicking on them. So the first one is reflecting. What tools and techniques did I use to build an understanding of who I am? I have used Miro, which was formerly called Real-Time Board, for several years, but never to the extent that I did for this research project. This project was suited for it. I knew that it would be complex to manage, and I needed space to explore ideas, reflective activities, planning, management, more so I needed a way to collaborate with my mentors and my colleagues who would be involved in varying ways. I think the spaces combine creativity and critical thinking into a visual and spatial way of working. So this here is Miro. So the very first thing there on the left-hand side is a train of thought. One group is looking at the exercises I've completed, largely written. Moving right next to it, I use the framework Flipgrid to look at my soft skills, but what I see here is collaboration. I got my work colleagues to partake in the same activities. I've used all the tools available within Miro to achieve that. Miro also offers the ability to template, so it was not a Flipgrid template, but I built one using the tools. Right next to it, this is a Google document, a Google sheet that I've incorporated directly into Miro. Using the Sophia network, I've looked at my IT skills and measured them. This is a live document. I can go now to the Google Docs and change that. As we move along, we can see more visual and spatial sort of activities, character mapping, audience mapping. Again, I've found this is a very easy way to share and show others exactly how things link in a spatial sort of way. Don't be too challenged by this tangled process. But this is 2 weeks of my life. But this is actually a layered diagram. So if I can just transition, hopefully I don't transition too fast. Down to the bottom, I've actually pulled the layers apart. But the idea is that I can so the layers actually get pulled apart. So in applying these layers further up the Miro borders, as I work, I may want to add an emotional heat map to the process and things like that. So you can do all of this within Miro.
This is how he handed in his review of learning.
Inquiry.
Yep.
With an understanding of who I am, how did I work out who I wanted to be? So the review of learning was about who I was at the time, and the advanced practitioner inquiry was who I wanted to be. Again, I could certainly click on that light bulb, but I have a second variable that I created. So this single board captured all of the activities that took place within the inquiry stage of the program. One of the first activities I did was backcasting. I knew where I was. I looked, I completed research enough to have an understanding of where I wanted to get to. That's where I wanted to be somewhere in the future. And then I started to work backwards. So forecasting, I knew where I wanted to be, and I started to look at what steps were required to get there. And I quickly realised that I could not complete this work by the end of the program. So you can see here that I've worked out what I could complete, and then extracted out what my framework would look like in the future, my aspirational goal, and then what my framework would look like at the end of the program. I call that the transitional framework practice. And when you start looking at these things, again within Miro, I then highlighted the differences. So I mean, there isn't a lot of highlights there, but there is quite a lot of work to get from my transition of where I'd be 2 weeks ago to sometime in the future. And you can extend this out even further. So looking at where I wanted to be at the end of the program. So way back 18 months ago, I decided to apply the progress bar, status bars, where I was at the time. So I've taken the same framework practice and said, where am I right now? And I used frameworks of things I was working on at the time. When I was I enjoyed Adrian's presentation first up, and I was chuckling to myself when we got to the learning agreement part, because this is my learning agreement. I got this document, and I also disagreed with the format. So I started writing things, and then I realised I want to do things in a visual way. So I challenged the people that were going to assess me, Ray for example, to click on things. These links are disabled, I've disabled them, but they take them off to relevant parts within the Miro board. So all of the answers there. Where the answer needed an express answer, that's certainly written there, but I wanted the assessors to do a little bit of work to see answers. Iterating. So having a plan is one thing. I still needed to reach the goal. So you've seen some tools, and you've seen Miro. There are some other tools that I've used and combined together. They're slightly less glamorous. For example, OneNote. I don't need to spend a lot of time with OneNote. I'm sure we've all used it or something similar. Evernote, for example. For me, it was a great way of tracking an overwhelming amount of information. Notes, session details. I've got voice recordings, images, videos. Prior to using this tool, I would have had some sort of directory, and I would have had Word documents scattered in here. This brings it all together. So the image on screen right now, you can see it's a little bit blurry, but on the left-hand side is are all my journals that I've been writing. So I took the approach throughout the program to start writing, and so lots of the other tabs up there are all the research tabs and pulling stuff together and notes and stuff. But this was the next stage. I'd refined it into a series of journals, diaries. The second OneNote page here, I've now swapped the tab. I've moved from the journals tab, and I'm now on the thesis preparation tab. I've sort of over-organised everything, but here is where I took journals and created chapters. I've created the thesis. I've linked references. I've applied further critical thinking. More layers of analysis. I've brought the chapters together because I have iteratively written everything throughout the last 18 months. But one thing is for certain, when I bring OneNote and Miro together, I found ways to collaborate in new ways. I did a lot of collaborating with professional mentors and active mentors, but every 2 weeks I meet with my mentors and we had a big screen and OneNote and Miro together, and I found a very, very good way of exploring this. The next less glamorous but definitely useful tool that I used was Trello. So I've used Trello in both personal and professional project tracking for a long time. But for the review of learning and the advanced practitioner inquiry, I did not have a lot of reason to use it. There were a lot of moving parts, but didn't need it as much. However, once I moved into the main project phase, I'm not sure how other people handle prioritisation, organising in sort of a flexible way. But once I started researching and writing journals, it was quite new to me. I really needed a tool like this. The image that you see here is 5 months ago, so all the sort of bits that I wanted to get up in the morning and see where I was and what can I move on today and see things moving across. The next image is again Trello, but this is about 2 months ago. So you can see here that the done column has continued to grow. And you can see the scroll bar on the side, but it's growing. Trello does have an archive feature, but I prefer to leave everything there. So when I got up in the morning, when I look at my Trello board, I can see things, the list of growing. It made me feel good. I didn't make use of the collaboration features of Trello, though I do use it with my wife at home, paying trips and things, and I've got a professional board as well that I use with the solutions architect that I work closely with at work. But for this project, didn't need it.
Quite interesting. So I'm going upstairs.
So, how did I get there? So, this board I'm about to show you is the Advanced Negotiated Work-Based Learning Project Board. It was developed over the past year, and it served to manage the final year of research and visually timeline everything. So the very first thing is, on the left-hand side here, I just created links to the two previous boards to help us navigate.
Just about ready, Bonnie?
Largely what I was dealing with is I needed a visual timeline. I wanted to see how everything developed. So I wanted to just look very So I did so while tracking potential impact. So I call dimensions the 5 dimensions: individual, team, organisational, regional, discipline. So I tried, it wasn't easy, but I tried to keep things within their swim lanes, but it wasn't always possible. And also why I did this, I wanted to get an understanding of, I call them devils, things that I had to address within my work, but I also track that. So as we scroll across, you can see those symbols, you can see things sort of
makes your 100 days, this is a bit like your 100 days. Hang on.
Up the top, I also wanted to keep track of books I've read, and I don't know if you can see them there, there might be a link there, you can see the lines and how things are. I mentioned earlier that I wanted to write, I wanted to do everything in iterations. I wanted to get to July and said, right, now I'm going to sit down and write something. So a lot of the journals I wrote, so you saw the journals within OneNote, here they are here in a visual way. I've colour-coded them, and then as journals came together, I can start to see chapters, and I can see groupings, logical groupings of subjects that made sense, and they follow the lines up, and then they form chapters. These are Google Docs again. Multiple pages, some of these chapters are 10, 15 pages, but I needed a different way to be able to collaborate and share things. As we move across, you can see the chapter starting to form. August, and around August, I have sets of cards. I have got to a certain point, and I'm continuing to. Right, so some of the interesting things you can do here, I can't do it at the moment because I'm not logged in, but you can, our mentors, my mentors and I also had commentary with comments on things that can be a very useful set of tools.
Oh, wonderful. I'll show you them, they're over there, but they don't have time. After Bonnie maybe. Over lunch I'll show you.
Polishing. So once I got to my goal, what additional steps did I take to package my work? So on the screen right now, it would be very easy just to output a PDF directly out of OneNote and hand it in. I know that because that's what I actually did for the peer submission. I just output it. It took 5 minutes, but that there was an opportunity for us to do something a wee bit better, a bit more polished. So I used InDesign. There was a fairly slow process for me to learn, but once I worked out, I created templates and bookmarks and colour palettes and things. Once I've done all that work, it became very easy. And more so, now in my professional practice, I actually use this tool a lot more than before, and as a result, I'm getting a lot better outputs. The PDFs are polished and do things. You can see here that this is the second page. I've just taken a snapshot. You can do more. So what I wanted to do was have material within the thesis that read or
I'll do your slides.
But so I have this idea of weaving. So I've got these colours that run through there. You can see a blue and a pink individual. These are, it reads the page. I put that in quotation marks. It says what's changing and how it's impacted, and I've got these weavings of colours through the work.
It's quite interesting.
So, the tools and techniques and thinking that I've demonstrated today have worked for me. I've really only shown the parts that I've used, but there is actually a lot within those tools that you can do, a lot more than what I've done. I've been sharing these ideas with
So the plan is we're going to have Bonnie and then lunch.
Practice.
Alright?
Anyone that will listen, actually.
Yeah, keep it short, Bonnie. Don't want to keep people from their food. Bad move. Don't care about social justice that
One of the
much.
most important things that I've learned through the program is to share interesting ideas and then listen to other
I think we all do,
experiences
actually.
as well.
Looking around the room.
My email address is on the screen there. I'd love to hear about your experiences, and I'm always willing to chat about the emerging tools that we can use. The title of this presentation, He Who Works with His Hands and His Head and His Heart is an Artist. It's a part of a larger quote by St. Francis Assisi. It was suggested to me by one of my mentors, this presentation. Admittedly, I'm not very artistic. I can't draw freehand circles. My handwriting is atrocious, and those
Now we're really getting down to our practice. I like that.
not drawn by me. So it really appeals to me that using tools created by others, finding a process to use them together and then producing something good as a result brings me somewhat closer to being an artist. I mean, there is some beauty in, I think there's some beauty in visual whiteboarding. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today.
I'm just turning down the clapping because I really hate it. If anyone wants a question that they want to ask, we can text it through.
As a non-IT person, I love all these tools that I'm very much taken up with. One of the things that people grapple with in their study is what you do with organising references, and it's like me use EndNote and other people use other databases. What did you use for organising your literature?
It was Zotero. Yes, that was suggested to me by one of my academic mentors. During the review of learning, I had nothing, and it was suggested to me, and I loved the tool. And I integrated it with my web browser and a lot of work. It was again iterative. I captured everything on the way, and then the references ended up attached to the journals, and then also I didn't zoom in on it, but in the Miro boards I had them there as well. So anyone exploring the Miro boards could click on it. It's a lot more work, but at its base form, it's a Zotero.
The power of this is when you collaborate, when he shares his Miro board with me.
Maybe more just a comment than a question, but
Can we collaborate with your Miro board?
Just as you go through your project, but this year we had a student purchase student who used this platform to organise all of their project work and show them interconnectivity between them. And it was amazing.
I just think
so I think that there's many applications.
Yeah.
MIRO.
Yeah,
There's a load of questions here, Michael, because I think I know the answer. What did you gain or lose with the extraction of that into a linear PDF?
I mean, there's a lot of interaction. So the review of learning showed me that. You can dive into the levels and the layers of the depth. Once my work,
I've got to ask Bonnie questions.
There was so much more I wanted to do. So you saw the coloured lines, and the coloured lines there. There's so much more. What about on each page having an understanding of what levels are affected, or what dimensions, having a bit more to it, and maybe, you go into a very sort of static sort of form, and you lose a lot of that interaction.
They're all post office buildings.
I was terrified today that for some reason the Miro boards wouldn't work, and I gave Joe and Ray flat images, and I thought, I'm going to zoom in, and I'm going to be struggling with that sort of stuff. You lose that. think we're also going to, what's going to happen in 6 months, a year, 5 years? How do we keep going? You extracted the story out into a particular linear story in the video. Yes. If it is left in the digital form, what would be the importance of you being able to create the story, and/or would you be comfortable with people weaving around and finding their own story? I think so. I don't think there was any. You saw the colour-coded sort of journals down the bottom of the Miro board. If that was my aim, I would have structured the Miro board a wee bit differently. But it is a pick and up. You could easily. It makes it easy. So there was a purple, 3 journals, colour purple, and 3, 4 or 5 colour green. If you stuck to that, it would be fine. The story would make sense. But you could go anywhere through that. And really, when I started, that's how I thought it would be. But it just sort of made sense. It made sense to group things together and have that linear sort of story. But I could very easily have structured that story much different. Let's start.
We have a question from Auckland. They're asking, can we collaborate with your mural boards? So is it one person driving it, or can everybody get in there and create?
So I've had up to, it's limited. So the free version you can have up to 5, I think, people working on it, and I don't think there's any limit at all to the paid version. So Sam's got an educational account, so his account, for example. I'm assuming I've seen multiple people drive around the board and interacting and changing things.
Great talk.
Thank you.
Rightio, you're up, Bonnie? Yep. It's good.
A real person.
Here we go. I'll put your presentation up so you've got your slides, because that's polite. Let's do that. Start.
I don't have a mic, is that a problem?
No. Do you want one to feel important?
No. But well, that pick me up, that's all I'm worried about.
Yes, this mic over here is incredibly sensitive, that one. And it's booming straight at you.
So I turned it by recording.
Yeah. So can I have Ray on the phone? We'll just talk past Ray quickly if they're ready for it. We'll just have Ray. I've got Ray on the phone so we can just check the timing on it. Very well, thanks. I've changed my sex and my voice. I'm full of them. Hey, are you ready for Bonnie? Okay, so she's ready to go. Can you just do a sound check on it, please?
Hello. Can you hear me, Dunedin?
Yeah, she's talking. But there's a delay, isn't there? Am I introducing you, Bonnie? Who knows Bonnie best in this room? Speak now.
Nobody.
Wonderful. Find me the... I'll introduce you, Bonnie.
I didn't write a bio.
No, I'll introduce you though. But I'd love to see the... Can you hear it? Okay, we're just going to start, Ray, okay? Can you hear me, Ray? Ray's gone. Yeah, that's what I want. Just leave that open. So, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Bonnie Robinson. Thanks for being here, Bonnie, and having a look at the social justice space. Bonnie works and has worked extensively in that field, and is going to speak today about frameworks for supporting leaders in social justice decision making. So really look forward to it.
Okay, Molina, thank you everyone. Unlike the last speaker, I'm completely non-techie, so and going to be totally reliant on other people for everything to work. So, but if it doesn't work, that's fine. I'm of the generation before we had all this, and we still managed to have conversations. So I'm sure it'll be fine. So I'm a doctor of professional practice student, and just completed and passed my learning agreement. So this is the cover that I had on my learning agreement, and just in case you can't read the little writing on the lantern, it says, it's a quote from Emily Dickinson, which says, "I'm out with lanterns looking for myself." And I was actually overseas avoiding working on my DPP about 18 months ago, and I came across a card in a shop that had this quote on it, and it was kind of the light bulb moment that I suddenly realised that that was what I was trying to do, and actually was the whole kind of purpose of doing this level of study, was to actually try and make sense of my career, my practice, my sector, and what had happened to it, and then hopefully do that in a way that actually helps others find themselves as well. So that was why I gave this part of my journey that title, and that sense of, at this point, trying to discover what I know, what I don't know, and maybe what I could share. So what I'm trying to do is look at how do we support leaders such as myself, how do I support myself to include social justice in decision making. So we'll flip to the next slide. Okay. Now, I'm not as rebellious as some of the earlier speakers, but I am a little bit rebellious because yesterday in our DPP seminar we were told that hanging quotes aren't a good thing. I love hanging quotes. I hang quotes all over my stuff because for me they usually kind of resonate and set the background about which I'm going to talk. And I came across this McLeod clan grace, which may or may not be a myth, and I thought it really sums up what I'm trying to do and make us worthy of the esteem in which we hold ourselves. And I think as a leader, that is always the challenge, to make what you do and how you act and the decisions that you make worthy of the honour of the role of being a leader of an organisation. So as I was doing my study, I came across this quote from Berkovich, and I liked it because it kind of agreed with me, which is always a good thing, isn't it, when someone agrees with you. And it was saying that it felt that leaders who are involved in social justice have different goals, practices and measures. And of course, Sam and Margie Jean, my supervisors, immediately went, different to what? How different? Explain, explore. So that's been part of my journey to date is, what does it mean to look different? And the other part of my journey is if leaders who are involved in social justice are different, how do we share that and pass that on? So my focus is on not-for-profits, particularly social service not-for-profits and the leaders inside that. And how we ensure that as leaders, when we're making our decisions, we are focused on social justice. So we'll go to the next slide. So you might go, well, not-for-profits, community organisations, social services, isn't social justice kind of like, a given? Of course you're enacting social justice because most non-profits are formed to change something, to right a wrong, to improve a service, to make someone's life better, to create more good in our community and society. So a lot of people just kind of go, oh yeah, social justice, yeah, non-profits, yeah, all done. In actual fact, my experience has been over my career that increasingly social justice has been squeezed out of the non-profit space and the social service space. And there's a range of reasons for that, some of which I think are universal across the world, and it's an experience of the non-profit, the community, the voluntary sector across the world. But I think in New Zealand we have some particular challenges that have meant that this change from being very strongly values-based organisations and expressing those values in how we practice it, what we do and how we decide things, there's been particular pressure on us here in New Zealand. And I've experienced every single one of these things in my practice and my career. So one of the things about New Zealand, particularly compared to places like the UK and particularly the USA, is that we do have a lack of large-scale private philanthropy in this country. We don't have, as they do in other countries, significant numbers of very wealthy individuals, corporations, trusts that give money to non-profits to do their work. We have some, but not many. And that makes a significant difference because it means that we, as particularly in social services, we are largely funded by the government. So I'm involved with two organisations, one I chair the board of, one I'm the chief executive of. My day job, we would be 98% funded by government. The one that I chair the board of, we're about 60 to 70% funded by government. And what that means is that we're very beholden to government, and they can kind of set the scene for how we do our work. Not just what they want us to deliver, not just the deliverables, but actually how we go about it. They define success for us. They tell us what we need to measure. They tell us how we need to measure it. And in many ways, that then starts to drive everything within our organisations. It drives our culture, it drives our values. So it's a lack of independence, a lack of independent money. As someone said to me about, I work in the health sector, you can do anything in health as long as you don't want the government to pay for it. And it's kind of like that in our organisations. If we've got our own money, we can do the things that we think are most important. If we're being paid by government, we have to do the things that they think are important. So this lack in New Zealand of the large-scale private funding has made us quite vulnerable to a whole range of other shifts. And managerialism is the main one. So managerialism, it used to be called new managerialism, but I think after 20 years we probably have to drop the new. It was new when I started in my career, but it's now kind of the way it is. So managerialism was really a phenomenon which brought the language, the culture, the ways of operating of the for-profit sector into both government and the non-profit sector. And it was really based on an understanding called agency theory, which basically was saying that, you know, really we don't do things for nothing. Nobody does. All of us do things because we get something in exchange. So it was an understanding of commodification of relationships and therefore commodification of services. So instead of me providing a service to support vulnerable older people to have a full life, I'm providing a product. And if I'm providing a product, then everything that goes with the commercial marketplace has validity in my organisation, and I ought to be actually measuring myself by those things. One of the key changes for non-profits in my practice experience was the rise of competitive tendering and contracting out of managerialism. So government decided that giving people grants and saying, you're a good organisation, doing good work, here's some money, go and do good stuff, tell us what you've done, which was kind of how it worked previously. That no, we needed much more accountability than that, and it needed to be competitive, because obviously competition is the only thing that brings good things, that brings efficiency, that brings effectiveness. And so competitive tendering and contracting was brought in to our sector. And one of the things about the non-profit sector, in my experience of it, and all the literature will show, is we're actually pretty good at adapting. We're pretty nimble and we learn fast. So we learn fast about this whole contracting and competition thing. And so we very quickly swapped from a culture of collaboration, cooperation, sharing, to intellectual property, keeping things to ourselves, competing, even down to organisations who weren't in an area, setting up in direct competition with existing community organisations in that area and competing for the government money. It was a dramatic shift. And in that environment, issues like social justice don't tend to be at the forefront anymore. And I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. Another big impact on the non-profit sector in the last kind of 20 years, and particularly more recently, has been what I would call a confusion and a conflation between what is a for-profit and a not-for-profit. And social enterprise is actually part of this. Now, social enterprise is very in at the moment. It's very trendy. It's seen as, in general, a good thing, and it may well be. But it has some things that we need to reflect on. For example, if I have a business that provides food that people can buy, like an ordinary food business, but as part of my business I give free food to hungry children. And when you buy food from me, you know that for every bit of food you buy from me, you help feed a hungry child. It sounds great, but actually the business model is based on there being hungry children. Because why would I buy your food instead of somebody else's food? The marketing thing for you is, I feed hungry children. There's something in that doesn't quite sit right. Because where is the emphasis on asking the question around why the children are hungry in the first place and trying to stop them being hungry? Because if I stop them being hungry, my business no longer exists. So there's some confusion and conflation now between the concept of trying to turn off the tap of need to change the structures, to change the systems, with a business model that actually needs those needs, those things that are socially unjust to keep happening in order for my business to be successful. All of this has changed, in my experience, what organisations value in leadership. So in the past, when I first went into the sector, particularly in church-based social services, many of the leaders were actually clergy, priests, people who came from very much a spirituality background and were motivated by their faith to make change for the better. You would find almost none of those people in senior leadership now. Most of the senior leaders in non-profits are brought out of the business sector. Many of them do have a heart for the work, but what is valued in leadership is much more around your ability to work within that managerialism system and to work with the kind of concepts of the business world, and much less about the values, the ethos, the original driver of non-profit organisations. Another thing that is changed the focus on social justice and leadership is what some of the literature calls pseudo-discourse. And there's a lot of that around in our sector now as a result of these other things. So pseudo-discourse is where it sounds like you're talking about social justice, but actually you're doing nothing to change anything in particular. So there's a lot of discussion about this in education, where we focus on achievement of individual students who may come from ethnicities or sectors of the community that haven't traditionally achieved particularly well. And there's a lot of discussion about, that that's wrong and that that's an injustice and we need to help these students to achieve better, which sounds like justice, but then when you dig deeper, there's no analysis of why they're not succeeding in the first place and what we need to change, be it the educational structure, the assessment systems, the fact that they come from backgrounds where actually learning's not the priority, eating and having a roof over your head's the priority. None of that is discussed. It's just, how do we fit these people into our system better so that, you know, our stats look better. So it's pseudo discourse. It sounds like justice, but it isn't really justice. So if we want leaders to actually lead through justice, to really be taking social justice to heart, how do we get leaders who are going to do that, given that managerialism is still here? Despite flagging belief in it, it's still the basic structure that we work within if we're contracting with government. We've still got to negotiate our way through that. So how do we hold to social justice as leaders, and how do we help leaders hold to that when they're making decisions? So there's a range of things, and I won't go through all these because our lunch is sitting here. Yours probably is too. But in my reading and preparation so far for my doctoral work, a whole bunch of things have fallen out of saying leaders who are able to hold to social justice, to make decisions based on social justice, have most or many of these things in them and their practice. So values, obviously, and a lot of the literature is saying that this is the defining difference between leaders who hold to social justice and those who don't, is that deep and abiding sense of social justice as a personal value and one that they try and make an organisational value. Another interesting one, and I'll come back to this a little bit later too, is that you need to have an understanding of the history of non-profits, of where we came from, why we exist, rather than just what you see now. There's a whole lot of practices around critical consciousness, reflective practice, which is really, about unpicking what you're doing at all times and making sure you understand where that's coming from. Moral courage, which is the opposite to moral muteness, and there's a whole lot of interesting concepts around why people find it hard to talk about morality in the workplace, and the lack of practice that leaders have in these kinds of discussions. And therefore, if you aren't used to having these discussions, when you come up against a crunchy decision where you could go down a social justice path or you could go down a different path, if you've got no practice in having moral discussions, what's the basis for making that kind of decision? Spirituality comes up a lot, which resonates with me, that leaders need to have a sense of spirituality and what their spirituality is if they're going to be able to lead with social justice. Working with and within complexity. If you want things cut and dried and black and white, don't try and work with social justice, because it's never clear, it's never easy, and what is actually socially just in any given situation is actually often quite hard to discern. So we need that ability to kind of exist within complexity and work with it. And being able to move from the one to the many. So a lot of social service, we do great things for an individual. Person in front of me, I help the person in front of me, they are better off. But actually nothing in their background and where they've come from and their whole community changes much at all. They're better off, but the world and the environment is the same. It's very easy to stay with the one because it's a whole lot less scary and less challenging, but leadership of social justice requires us to move to the many to say, why does this situation exist, and how do I change the entire situation rather than just helping this one person. So, next slide. So if that's what leaders need to have in order to be able to lead through social justice, how do we get leaders to be like that? Because if we can't find a way to actually create leaders that have all those things and whatever else is needed, is it just going to depend on who's in the leadership spot right now? So if I leave my organisation, how do I know that the next person coming along doesn't reverse everything we've done that's socially just focused? And that can happen. I know someone who led an organisation for a long time, who shifted its focus towards justice, got justice in all its mission statements and values. He left. The next leader they appointed, took it all out. And so these things can happen. So it needs to go beyond just one person, one leader who's got those personal things somehow built into them. So how can we do that? So there are frameworks out there at the moment, but what I've seen is they tend towards just another list of capabilities and characteristics, but they don't really show us how we support leaders to get those and exercise them in practice. So they don't really show how we build a culture within leadership which incorporates social justice. So that's the challenge. Next slide. So I haven't got the answer to that yet either. That's my area of inquiry, is how do we build that process, system, framework, whatever it might be, that takes it just beyond, I happen to be focused as a leader on social justice, but the next person might not be. How do we make sure leaders can be created that have this focus? So I'm telling you stories, trust me, is a Jeanette Winterson quote, and I think I quite like it for research. I'm telling you, the writer of fiction goes, I'm telling you stories, trust me. The researcher goes, I researched this, trust the results. So how do you know that you can trust it? I'm not going to go through this in detail. It's kind of a traditional research process that I'm following, except that it is in a continuous circle, and you could leap in at any point. So a traditional linear research project would start with the literature, and then do the research and then analyse it and compare to the literature and then write the results. So I've got all those things in there, but what I'm finding the freedom with the DPP is that, we can kind of throw that linear stuff out the window, and I kind of have. In some ways I feel I could write my thing now and then go and do some research and then write it again, and then go and read some literature and then write it again. And that's kind of my plan. So I can leap in at any point in the circle. We'll go round the circle probably a number of times. And the other thing I think that's different with the DPP program is the action, practice, reflection that goes on continually as well. So what I'm hoping to do is to create some things, frameworks as a holding word for what I might do, and then actually try and live them out in my practice, and also live them out with some co-collaborators and see how it works in their practice. And we'll probably fail, and then we'll come back and work out what we've learned and what we might need to do differently. And what I'm hoping is at the end there will be something to share with my sector that can support other leaders, even if it's just a beginning point. I'm running out of time, so last slide. So one of the things I love about the DPP is you've got to love an assessment system that actually adds value to what you're doing, instead of just telling you whether you're good or bad. And so out of my assessment panel for my learning agreement came this concept is actually what I'm describing a colonisation process, that the sector has actually been colonised by the values of the business sector, the values that have come out of government, the whole managerialism, and that maybe we need to learn as a sector from other people who have been colonised about what that looks and feels like and how you go about resisting that and reclaiming things. I don't want to in any way compare what's happened to the non-profit sector with some of the things that have happened to Indigenous cultures, but there may be some things that we can learn from that experience. because it is about reclaiming your language, reclaiming your values, your practices, your spirituality, and your place to stand. The sector has its own place to stand. That isn't government, that isn't business, and it's just as valid. So, final slide. Lest I get too big for my boots. I come out of a religious faith background. That's always been the driver for what I do in the world. And faith has also been trying to find what supports leaders for a long time. So just ending with a quote from Isaiah, which is, I will make Mishpat the measure and Sedkla the plumb line, which is about righteousness and right action, and saying that will be the measure of my life and my success, is if I do right action and righteousness. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Molly. It's fantastic. I don't know how you felt about that, but I loved it. And I'm just wondering if there's questions from anyone. I've got about 4 minutes. Sounds like lunch then.
Yeah, lunch would be great.
So thank you for your attention, everybody, and enjoy your lunch. It's over here. Let's circle round it and bless the food. Thank you. Good one, Bonnie. That's fantastic.
So am I. Did you see his?
Great.
Thank you.
Starting a not-for-profit.
Shall we let's gather around this lovely looking food. I've thought about this, and I thought I'd bring Rumi into he's a Sufi poet who suggested that one of his most famous poems that I love, he said, "I'll meet you out in the field beyond right and wrong." And that's basically lay down together and hang out. So that's what we're doing today. It's not about right and wrong. Sometimes it's not the value of what happens here today. So thank you for your presence. Who wants to? There's no good way to do this. Let's just pull it apart. Bonnie, I really like to talk. It was the talk of the day for me, in terms of how it is. Maybe that's sort of big.
Yeah, it does help.
But it's very powerful. Should we say what it means to us? Would you like that while we do it?
Yeah.
We can do both. We can multitask. I'll tell you what it did for me, which reminded me about how learning systems have been colonised. I really resonated. Colonisation of office as well. That's the big piece that resonated for me was, you know what? I'm strongly believe here about all kinds of colonisation. How do I think? And I got challenged by Adrian to find my voice. Well, I've realised I'm learning my DBP about is this thing about here's what because I have a pretty fine line between saying what I'm thinking something and saying it, so that
But then the list of values, all the things that you've got are important before you come on up to the article, and I feel like we're getting there in those spaces, or try to at least. The one that I haven't explored or thought of much was the one about understanding history. It's not something I've spent time looking at, so yeah, have like a sense of it, and think about it, like understanding, but not like an idea of what's happening. Explore this. Yeah, and also like what's happening now, like different forms, like what's being dropped out of the forms of social enterprise, not for profit, and a lot of the time, like historically, communities use it in organizations or working in these ways. So like, that if we now especially the money and the communities, the ability to bring our own things, our own topics, just not want this to be largely quite crazy and fix models and take up space in communities. And I was reading this interesting article about how, you know, like, so when we think about what makes a non-profit good, or like energy and climate change and the quality of the action, the communities that aren't for themselves can make it really feel like the fact of distance, but the communities that sort of step up for themselves and make a process and they can talk the work down and come back to a process break. And so like these ideas around, I think sometimes the form that it takes, measures and all that kind of stuff is like not just knowing where we've come from, but looking at those things that we hold on to and the things that we need to change, and living as long as they're a concept of brown, not pure. Yeah, but I also think that idea about you know, that tension between government and philanthropic providers is that in New Zealand philanthropic providers are largely market and largely right wing. Arguably around the world there's still people the large ones come from resources, so how but you still probably where you get your money from because it's safer. Yeah, and it's privileged to work for free. Like, and a lot of communities don't have that choice. No easy answers. Just not going to work.
Love what you say about if you want something that's clear cut, don't work for social.
Because it's interesting working with leaders, hey, because if you tell people the real truth, man, they don't like it. I've had two leaders spaz out on me this week, so I told them what I really thought. I asked them consent. Do you want me to tell you what I really think? And they said, sure.
Bring it on.
You're pissing around, you're wasting your time. What the hell are you doing here? But really, and it's kind of time. So I don't know, I think we don't fix these social challenges because we're marginalised. We've essentially socialised and social justice and environmental externalities to the business model. So therefore they've just seen that until they're accounted for. And that's the hope and the well-being fund is that they begin to be accounted for. And I see Treasury now is making on the stock exchange there are social components going into companies now and allowed to operate in New Zealand for the first time. So that's exciting.
It's huge. I mean, this is where our knowledge of history is good because when I left uni and started working on non-profits in the 1990s, honourable budgets, cuts, benefits, all that stuff. And we used to go off to meetings and it would be like, remember, don't mention the P word. The P stands for poverty. We're not allowed to mention the word poverty if you went to a government meeting. It was anathema. You could talk about social disadvantage or, you know, economic deprivation, but you couldn't talk about poverty.
Like someone saying someone passed away rather than just...
Yeah. So, you know, and one of our big things is to actually get the word poverty back on the agenda and allowed to be spoken about. So, you know, to have a well-being budget, even though people go, yeah, this is working again, it's actually quite a dramatic shift, really, from where we have been. So, it's always good to be on history.
No, you, all right. No, everybody.
I think I use the word separation bias. But I'm unconscious bias. No, it's not such
There's no such thing as unconscious bias. It's just bias you admit to and bias that you don't.
That's right.
That's quite interesting because I've sort of listened to a lot of ages someone said to me, oh, well, you know, you've got, what are the 50 don't interview you? Whoa. And I thought, you know, if we put the word, you know, body, you don't interview well now, people would be like, oh, you can't say that. But 80 of them would be comfortable with it, totally fine, you know, they're all right with it. And then they're just saying, oh, and now they're into this, oh, it's an unconscious bias. It's really hard to deal with.
It's just another form of deflection.
Yeah, it's what you're doing.
I just think it's funny when you're smart guy, yeah, everyone's going to eat.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think it's really wrong, but I also don't think it's the same as like comparing to other ethnicity and stuff that you can't relate to because you're never going to be another ethnicity.
No, that's right.
You are probably all.
Or we'll talk about it in terms of what's publicly acceptable to do. Ageism is now still publicly acceptable. Whereas, I mean, there's still lots of people are racist, but it's far less publicly acceptable to express it on
Any other standouts from this morning?
Well, I really liked it. I've worked in a not-for-profit before, but my professional practice is sort of quality assurance and business excellence. But what I liked was the challenge to me was about framework. So thinking about checklists and capabilities and values and all that good warm and fuzzy stuff, and I'm thinking, oh, these guys step out of my box. So that was a lot got home with me. I enjoyed it a lot.
You'll be seeing Kumbaya soon?
No, I won't. No,
We have this running joke about changing culture, because we're changing the culture of capable to much more of a, how should we say, I don't know, a culture modelling our own values. The values that are being taught are capable. The institution you work for doesn't operate like that. So we have to I have to navigate both worlds.
Which is why I like to comment about capabilities and all that.
That's right.
But no, I won't be seeing it by out.
She's another song.
So why doesn't the values get worked out in the structures of how it does something?
Well, it does, as far as the CEOs come prepared to let us go. I mean, because we operate in a risk-averse tertiary organisation, and some rules are non-negotiable. That's the challenge. It's like the learning agreement. I love the learning disagreement. It's beautiful. You know, and if we start doing that, it becomes very confronting for our managers. And so, so you kind of have to navigate that. That's what I'm saying. Normally that doesn't happen. Guys like Sam Mann are going, send your review of learning and on a mirror.
Oh yeah, and then the quality person comes in and goes, you know, how we're going to assess that, and do all that the right way.
It's that kind of relationship with NZQA and so on.
We do have things that we need to network with NZQA requirements.
Yeah, so those are...
And it's a fine line as to how far we push those and still remain in a structure.
And especially with the independence of the university, it's threatened by it just takes the whole campus, which is a very old university model, which is the purpose of lots of those from. So they're out. And the DPP especially, it's very much the university it's just proof that it's not real. Anyone else have any others this morning?
Okay, she just went to the park.
Who not?
I'm not
Diane was talking about the Mayo board. It's got like sometimes yesterday I had a session Zoom with Sam Mann, cards that have been done. And I thought, oh, it's scary looking into someone's brain. And that's what it felt like the Mayo board.
Yeah.
Everything. Ooh, this is someone's brain. Yeah, it was kind of weird. My reactions to how what I need to learn. I thought I was more like that, but I don't think I am anymore. So it's just kind of fascinating looking at should it possibly strong?
For an IT guy, it's very.
But it's that much, yeah, I agree. The ability to zoom in and zoom out is very nice. What's up with you, Rob? How did you find it?
Sort of like lots of one of the things is like this idea of like habits of being, like the ways we get habituated to it. I found this great article I just shared with people. Have you read this? Alexa sent me 2 emails a day saying I love this article about colonization of higher education and how that needs to be addressed like university kind of crisis. But it talks about habits of being addressed in like the ways that it's not just rationally the issues are where social justice organization is also that the culture informs and communities the ways of being. So I think that's for me the kind of California stuff reveals some of those habits and let us create movements and opportunities. Yeah, I don't know, just the whole like what is it, how do people keep the grounded in their values as well, like what commitment make, commitment people make, which links to spiritual practice, of prayer or second intention. And also just thinking like as friends, especially lots of friends who meet to bring these all that and really struggle because that is such a like this whole model that's being on how do we get members and capabilities so that we can do our thing and like how many people get that organisation to feel like I'm selling the environment but then what would it be for them to I think there are edges they're experimenting with how to shift.
Oh, hello. Oh, sorry to hear that silence. No? Yep. Yep. No, I've done that. I've got it zoomed. I've done that, and what I've got is zoomed in as I could get it. Does that mean I need to take the camera closer? And the camera's about 10 metres from the screen. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I can do the plus sign, but it only lets me zoom in a certain length. Or is the plus to zoom in, or is the plus to add it to a screen, right? Aha! Oh, you can on the lock screen. Yeah, I didn't know about that, but okay, good one. Yeah.
It's about the evolution of the organisation to like.
Okay.
Somehow, I think because it's this like how to at every level have these implements to enact the purpose of
I can see you.
The CEO's role comes to reinforcing the one purpose and to make sure the resources go in the right place, but it's much less.
So I'll do what I did with Bonnie. Yeah, it does. So you'll run his slides. I run his slides here so you can see the slides.
You can get you can get a page scan PDFs with an illustrated version, which is very accessible. So Frederick Lalu.
Thank you, that's fine. Alright, great. Perfect, thank you. Lovely, I'm meeting a leadership and change just turned up. One of these EdTech people, so I've got to go to her. Cool, just keep calling back if you need to. Thank you. Well done, bro. Is it going well in Dunedin? People enjoying it?
Love for power and Alpha Spirit.
Okay, mate.
I think it's something pretty good.
I need to go to this woman who's got a meeting with me. Come and have some lunch and meet these people. We've had a beautiful morning. I'll tell you soon. I need to see this one first. Hello, I'm Steve. Suki, nice to meet you. Are you publishing? Come and sit with me out here. I'll show you stuff on the computer. So you're I work for Cable New Zealand, and we do things differently to most other people.
Citations first.
So the way so I had a meeting with your friend Andy. And the most important thing to understand against about what we do is that I mean even since publishing we run I run and we operate. Yeah, well I got you've done the second year. Last year. Health science. Where are you up to in this study?
Okay, so
yeah, right.
Actually, ideally I'm in the second year, but the previous year like, I wasn't doing so far I only done I think the spring yeah, and Nikki has told me because if I don't, I will do course credit because this is so far I have so much
to set up a centre that I don't want to call it.
So what is your practice?
You know, community work like this. My husband and I do auditions and marketing. So I'm very small. But I can just relate to what you're saying. Oh gosh, that's
I'm one of the house coordinators in the community. So I manage the site.
Yeah. It's almost like
yes. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a mixed age. Yeah, because I used to work in the aged care for 11 years.
What we do in our
massive organisation that's turned into this sort of shape. Yeah.
You've all got to manage
So you could do a Bachelor of Social Services with us in 10 months.
You mean this field? Since 2005.
Okay, so many years.
social justice in their mission.
So we have several degrees that you can tie this to, but the big two are the Bachelor of Social Services, which you could do in 10 months.
I can't even keep it
Essentially, There's a lot going on.
I think that's very odd. I had my
Live stream, but
tapping
into a bigger conference.
Or they should have Okay, how would people know? So really our mission statement is not having
what we do.
Reading this stuff. Oh yeah,
there is social justice, but it's not in there. It's not working.
8 steps. When you do an assessment for your degree for us,
oh yeah, that's failed.
you turn up to a panel.
No, I'm enjoying the writing. I don't like literature.
In that portfolio. So that takes 2 weeks to get there. What we ask you to do is 8 steps. So that's the only formal
Well, I haven't started yet.
Oh, you haven't started yet?
So I done the
says that you go
Yeah.
by
So I didn't talk to anyone except myself.
we go through 8 steps. We ask them historic. One is around and you're looking at your career, what have you done?
It's hard because
Then we ask you to pick a historic case study, so you might be interested in saying what size and
why that's fine. When you're a one small organisation,
so you get to choose. So let's say you choose that. Let's say you chose that. You correctly get in there and look at all of the roles you've been in. And you go, you know what? I really like
so the next one's going to be hard. I mean, in some ways, it's I do what I do.
that ties into what we call house five, which is identified the you go.
So I am CEO of an organisation called HBH Signalling.
Well, you know what? I don't know much social justice work. I want to learn more. I don't know much about treaty work. I don't know much So once you've done 1, 2, and 3, we put you through what we call profile. So Bachelor of Social Services says nothing situated. So with the graduate profile, it's like you've done 90% of that.
That's the plan. My goal is to graduate with you my son does. So 3 more years he's going to do the whole degree. So she's like, I would like to add 3 years.
It's spread out.
Well, I've got officially part-time.
So this is designed for
set myself that goal. Yeah. Here will graduate in 3 years' time.
can reflect on their journey. So we care about what we're doing not trying to form new knowledge unless you decide you want to.
If he's got the energy that his mother has, I'm sure
So
he'll be able to
we go through that
drive
profile. You might identify or you might
it's pretty short.
Yeah.
So once we've got the areas sorted, we then identify how you want to express this.
Just to
my son was given like
I think I need to get permission from a company.
he's doing like a teacher. He's had to make a couple of so
So not really like there is no confidential information involvement.
No, not necessarily.
So I'll be graduating.
Yeah, I was so jealous when I heard about that pension.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah, just inform them like this is the study.
Because what you choose here, you can do a project, this is about something a whole lot, right?
worthwhile.
And then I just give you an idea of the size.
So I had
Number 3. What's the current work project at the moment?
I've worked in management psychology for a long time, so I started to
And through that, you bring the gaps of the profile. So let's just say
so I found the
not as good a listener as you might.
Yes.
And I thought I've been excellent at
That's it.
and I just really liked I
and I really like the pace.
I haven't been able to compare to any other university because I don't do that.
In your project, the project might be, I want to consider what's right.
Well, at my age, it's like,
And me too.
yeah.
Oh, well, that's so that was the whole thing. So I did the back to try to close my master's decision. I said, look, I've got 2 degrees.
They're all from different places.
So anyway, then they got the doctor.
So Janet here,
And then they said,
she just finished a Bachelor of Literature.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
The other, she met the
No, so I said, look.
Janet did this, and she chose for the project what she does for her work.
I have to be focused. And singing is one of
Isn't it so?
Yeah,
For people who is like,
before I do the
That's right.
and then she finished
Right, so in the
level 5.
I passed it on
Then, because I was convinced her to join Unitec.
So I passed it with yeah, I passed it with better. Sent it off, and they were, oh, yeah.
She is, because she is also their first assistant.
And I was also like, hold it a minute, isn't the whole cohort thing exactly 4 people like me, you know, with a lifetime of experience and that's right. Stuff, you know.
So that one where they was the whole
Good on you.
So I wasn't interested in doing masters.
No, you pay 1 year.
That's great.
But can I apply steadily?
Well, so that when I'm in the rest of
that is
running one, they say, what do you want to be called? I'll go, just doctor.
Can you email
Email you this, and I'll email you this. Do you want to come and meet Janet?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of unfinished business. I dropped out of the masters.
That's the problem with me now. It's like
wrong topic.
I was. It's a lesson I left. 2017, I resigned from the rest of my work for 11 years. I was the DP in charge.
So I'm enjoying it.
Now I joined the it's kind of different project. The scope of practice is different. And now, yes, I mean, the structure is I am the lead of the studio. I wouldn't say like I have same kind of I do manage budget with my previous job. And now I just basically
cards and they've got
tell the
written on the Is it just for the writing on the back?
With mine, right? I think
Writing that you
it's
need.
very valuable.
No, it was just brand of clothing and a brand of shoes.
We have to grab you when we can.
Yes,
I'm trying to grab you as soon as we can, Janet. I want to grab you because you're famous. And after you, when you finish.
Did they not see my slides?
They didn't see your slides.
They didn't? Oh, well, that's what a ruined it.
No, it didn't, but you spoke so well. That was Ray's call. You spoke so well, it was so clear, it didn't matter. But we've sent the other slides through for in future, all the rest of them.
I sent them to Joe. They should have had them on
They should
down
have.
there.
Suki, this is Janet. Now, Suki's just from Orlando. We looked at the Auckland lady yesterday. So, okay, Suki's her friend. They've been studying together. So,
Does she talk to you about?
Yes, he told me to come here.
yeah, which we've just done. I've just told her that and her brain is currently exploded with this idea that you're going to spend 10 months to do a whole degree. So I just, and what I've been trying to say, so Janet came, February and finished it. So and came out with a 3-year, a Bachelor of Leadership and Change. So you have to change your thinking that it takes 3 years to do a degree. Why should it take 3 years when you've been working since 2005? And it's 2019. It's the same field. Why should you spend 3 years getting a degree? That is crazy. That is madness. Okay? We know it's madness. Sitting in a classroom, listening to stuff. We don't have any classrooms. Or workplaces. So what we do with people like Janet is we get together every Thursday with about 20 people. We talk about what we're learning. So you're not on your own. That's the thing I wanted you to understand is you're not just on your own and that's it. You do have the option to come and join classes. Most people don't, because actually they get so much learning. So it's all about you and what you want to get out of it. It's not about us. In Unitech's program, it's all about Unitech. These are the papers you want because it suits us.
You have to be at certain places.
And you have to go to our place. We don't work that way.
So whatever I have
It doesn't matter. That's correct. So we recognise, but you'll review the learning and say, well, those papers were a waste of time or they were really useful. So when you start, you do a thing called your review of learning. Those are learning tasks 1 to 3 days. So you review everything you've ever learned.
Regarding you implement a question.
Yep.
It's like we put a plan. How are we going to do the measurement of
This is where you talk to Janet. She's been quiet. I need to go and go to the toilet.
Let's have a
I've been waiting
down
for
to
half an
some-
hour. Are you willing to have a chat?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to shoot.
You've got to go, just not long, but just a quick chat about it. Do you want to see your project be on the screen?
No, so I mean, honestly, because I'm on a check on something. So when I started, I was running the registry. And one of the things I was creating these programs. And so, and that really was down. So I had to push
That's why, like, I sacrificed because because I was working in aged care for the SAMs, but then it for 11 years because I decided to study, so I resigned from there. Yes, so it's really like a big decision. Yeah, 4 times study, 4 times student.
4 times study, 4 times student, but not really.
I'm working. 4 times study and 4 times working because I do mainly my shift is during night time and weekend. That's why.
Yeah. So when you were talking about the measurements, so what I would say that of how they have progressed from so that's just one part of the whole project that you're doing. And that's one thing that I had to learn because I wasn't doing any measurements. I wasn't gauging because you would see a change in the child and they'd ask, how did it change?
But the thing is like, let's say like, is that a case study which is you only focus on one client? Oh,
no,
it's a group.
It's more than one organisation. So you can do something. There's different
yes,
tools that you can use to...
For us, it's like the site that manages only 5 clients.
5 clients. That's fine. Because you can use the 5 clients. Come up with a tool that like an evaluation or some kind of that you can actually gauge a change. You can gauge what you want to gauge within the project that you're doing. So that's just part of the whole project that you'll be doing. So, well, I mean,
yeah.
So sort of measurements. What kind of measurements do you need to?
It's like
would your manager be wanting to?
Like I would say like if I set up a program is saying like helping the clients to cope with social isolation. Yeah. So how they're going to measure it, like how what kind of evidence and proof, like they feel better?
Well, I mean, the purpose and measurement is seeing the changes. And one thing I found with my pills is I could do a measurement of how much the blood is going to be, what I gained from it, what the opinions, but if people wanted to say, hey, look, how did you change this to this? It's very hard to, because you can't measure what you see.
Yeah, I mean,
and a lot of times with us working with groups, you see the change, but how do you measure that? Because it's really, when you interview, so it depends on what your project's all about and what you measure, your management, or whoever needs to see. That's the kind of training that you have to bring in. And the CFA is really good, the lecturers are really good, because they'll they have one-on-one, so I Steve was my facilitator, so every lecture will and we'll have now share my frustration. And he'll keep me on track. We've done that. We need to stop. We've done that. So you have that one-on-one.
So you also have assignment to company?
You have not as big as what I don't know. Because I only get to do 2 So I got advanced. So my degree is 3 years. They have this option for which is what I would encourage you to do, where they would look at your whole history and obviously
So I just simply send the job description. I got that. Like a interview, yeah. So they like testing the knowledge.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you share your story. And then they go assess you. They can give it to these so I next week is but yes. And so then I two main papers.
So the degree she's talking about different to what I was telling you about. The Bachelor of Social Services, if you want that, that's the one I'm talking about. She's talking about the Bachelor of Social Services. It is all advanced. It is all straight to theatre, so you don't have to do this thing, actually get straight into theatre. So what I'm telling you is the equivalent to theatre.
I know, because it's such a relief, because you know, like now, it's like
well, the confusion is that to be on the screen.
Because I study in I work in Montreal. They end up like, I have a house, but it's like a hotel. I only go home, get like, change. Because, I leave until earlier, so it's just pointless. I finish night shift, and I go home and go back to school. I just sleep in my car. Then I told my tutors, like, she's now a teacher. That's right. But if it's social service, I kind of like it because it's like relevant.
I've done all
like
I know that it's
She's doing but I think this is the degree.
No, but it's okay there or straight away go to surgery. Really? So she's doing master straight away.
No, she has to go through the whole process, but as we're looking to
for masters. No. Then I can do the masters. How long is the master?
For you, bachelor?
Well, there are some things like there.
So let's go.
I mean, I would say that's the social service. Health and social development. So he suggested social service.
So I know. So I just told them to us. And now I can
Yeah, because he said he will send me the information. I have a good look and I need to make a wise decision. Yeah.
Who does that? I want to be going to school during the day and working at night.
Well, obviously, like, you know, no, that's not myself. Totally agree.
Should I go on?
Like, it's less stress for me because it's like it's open the door for something I am familiar with. Not like this
but not much. So we've got to see somebody
So how is
Zoom?
Okay.
So you know,
that was where my husband mentioned,
and we all just Zoom that
what time is that?
So yes, I think so. Really next day, after unlock the child, and see what we're doing.
So these
So I don't know.
they're not saying looking at the top of the logo or a
I was listening to this going. Are this not going to be working together with Unity?
No.
Vaguely nauseous.
Yeah, we're having a good look about that. If I decide to do, I will encourage also one of my friends. Because she is also thinking of studying it. Then we were looking at like it because Unity is
So in 2 sets of doctors.
and we all carry those pressure.
No, there's been something like that around. Lots of things are. My stomach's not sitting in it.
Yeah, because that's what I was telling my friend, like, oh, maybe we should go to AUT to study the occupational therapy. And then it's just like, you know, start a new major. Because, like, to be honest, like, there are 2 majors, like, this semester. The grade I got is only C+. They put me to the C+. They put me to the major, which I have no idea year I was busy doing diversional therapy. Then I'm being shuffled into house promotion. That's why it's like, oh my god, like, you know, like,
But also like
I know, it's like, I haven't done the introduction of house promotion, and they send me straight away to level 6 paper, and I need to write everything from a house promotion perspective. I'm like, can I have myself? And then that's last year. This year again, I chose the elective, which is growing our youth, which is it's from a youth practitioner. Of course, I have no idea what is youth practitioner.
Because you work with age.
And then I have to write assignment, understand the theory, and then I got really frustrated. It's like, it's like after I finish the assignment, and then my lecturer is telling me, oh, this is totally from a different thing. Because I told my lecturer, look, my job is everything.
No, I haven't heard
I am advocate the elderly docents. I am the one demonstrate. And now, because the way I go, this is my university. Yeah, but they are saying the youth practice is mainly like empowering them making decisions. I'm like, I don't know how, I'm sorry. Because that never worked, you know. With you. Yeah, no. And I'm not really passionate about it, because when I'm talking about youth worker, all comes to my mind is like, I go to the site visit and then they ran away. What should I do?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if ever like that, and then if I want to go master, I can just go anywhere.
Okay, I better go. I've got to move through.
So what master they offer?
you can talk to me if you like. Can I?
Oh, she's already just doing the just inquiring about the Bachelor of Social
Services?
Services. Yeah. She's doing the bachelor. What she's doing the bachelor at UT. But it just sounds.
Five flights is a little much.
Directly. And so I'm just encouraging her to cross career that.
Yeah, that would have been quite an uphill, much easier trip too.
She's sleeping on the cruise. She works full time. She studies
full time and work full time.
Works at night. Come on, don't be me. And that's what I'm saying to her.
Hey, excuse me, everyone. Can I just draw your attention to the afternoon program here and tell you what's going to happen? Because I know some people are leaving, and that's fine. I totally get it. It's upstairs, okay? So, is anyone planning to attend any of the live stream stuff that's in here to Dunedin? Or because it's all face to face from here on in. And what we've got is these two wonderful. We've got Emma and we've got Faraz presenting around his spiritual framework for academic professional practice.
We've got DJ Forbes coming in.
DJ Forbes is coming here now. So Don, who works here, his transformation reflections through a GDTE. I might ask him to swap, so I can go to that. Then we've got Emma and Julie doing their interactive workshop. Then we've got Helen doing her work. And then we've got James doing his. He was here before, right? James doing his. And then
it's just
Michael's coming in from Samoa on Zoom. There's one at Caution's News, or Rarotonga. So there we are, that's the. So I think I'm going to be here for DJ for this one. And I might ask. Someone ran from Canada. Yes, so rooms. Yeah.
Because it's like, you know.
I do. I know it's just uplifting. You can't tell me. I love it.
It's just very exhausting.
What's a man doing with a pink phone?
Yeah, and then also it's like, because
Yeah, so
before
I'm going to go and ask
I'm working as a
Don. The only swap is Don
I'm happy
and
when
Perez are
I'm
going to swap.
going to the activity, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I'll get on the email
like,
and
you know, like look after the clients with physical disability. Yes. So
last night about
different
practical for us
Yeah.
people to we all live over in different parts of the
I will really have a good look about it because and you will see. Yeah, sorry. This is on my
Adult play and connection creativity. You're so solid.
I am going to run and leave you. I've had a bug all week.
Good, look after yourself.
So I'm just going to
Really loved you.
go home and chill out.
Love your work, Bonnie.
Thank you.
Join us on join us on live stream.
Yeah, I might do that actually.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, I will have a good night because I'm really thinking that I'm getting really exhausted. 2 years. You're on it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, because
You can enroll any time. It's just how you're going to subscribe to the account. It's a 10-month program.
I will really have a. Yeah, he said he will email me about the information, so I just want to have a good read because I do want to carry on with my activity.
Yes.
With clients, because if this is the case, and I do not need to, go to school in and out like for 4 days a week.
No, that's right.
I'm so glad
I'm sure you do.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. See ya. Hi Ian, how are you? Good, thanks. So Teresa has moved her assessment, so clearly the assessors haven't told you. She is being assessed in the new year. And who's the other one? Yeah, of course. So that's good learning for me. So I will make sure I tell the assessors and they don't rely on the admin. Yeah. No, Teresa's in the new year, and who is the other one?
No, Seb has to do this first.
Palmata Lamiko. She's been changed as well to the new year. Yep. Sorry, Ian. The girls normally manage that. I'm really sorry. I thought I would have done it. It's what it
Yes.
This is my backpack. Really? Like I would have just been so much more distracted, like open the computer, sit up and like, sorry, just wait a moment. Yeah,
Oh, all right. Thanks. Okay, bye. Bye, Ray. All right, thanks. Did I track him down to get him to call? I didn't really want him. Oh, he's just sitting here waiting to talk to me, but I've been on the phone and now I'm on the phone to you.
Hi Ray, how's it going?
No, Steve is up in the 7th floor. I'll go find him.
Oh bloody hell.
Which is where Rob just come from. See you.
Bloody hell.
See ya. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, okay. So I get paid coordinate.
I also have to use that.
Okay.
All right.
But yeah, He's doing a
Perfect. Done. I'll go find them. Thanks. Bye.
She saw what I was doing.
Straight.
Steve said, are you going to greet them? Steve was like, well, but greet them. Okay, fine.
It takes like 20 minutes to get
Excuse me, everybody. Can I just have your attention? Sorry to interrupt. Hello, I'm Steve. Hey, just DJ's here. Nice to see you. DJ, nice beard, man. I want one of those when I grow up. DJ's about to be on here. Look, codes.
Ray is going to manage the slides down there. Yes. Up here, so you and DJ are going to say slides today. DJ meets Steve Henry.
Have you met some of these wonderful humans? You're all wonderful humans. But you've got one sentence to say what it is you do in the practice. Not you, DJ. One sentence. If you're staying, if you're leaving, bugger off. But if you're staying, tell them. One sentence. Come on, what's your practice? I'll just get this ready.
Finding learning and well-being for active
What do you do, DJ? What's your?
Well, my current role based around pretty much everyone up there. It's a lot around that kind of space.
So you're right. So you stand in front of that podium, will you? And I'll put your slides on the screen, DJ. Have you got them on the screen?
No, apparently it's all down there.
Okay, great.
So Glenys must have it all.
Do you know your slides well enough to?
Well, I was going to use my computer, and as we go, then I'll just be referring to what I see on my screen. But
So this is our live. So come and sit in these chairs. Come on, you lot. So we've got an audience.
I'm going to shoot out.
Right.
No, I'll stay, but I'll sneak up.
Yeah, sit in the blues.
So obviously what that means is that slides down here and you'll see that.
No, it doesn't look like that.
But like, would you like to?
oh, otherwise, if it's on yours, do you want me to connect to it?
No, it's too hard, man. we've got live streaming going on here, and we've got. Thank you. I'll tell you when we're ready to go.
I'll just try and log on as well.
Yes, so it's all there, man. Blues will be down here if you take They're obviously not back from lunch. It's 1 o'clock, isn't it, that we're starting? 1 o'clock?
Yes, and it's 1 o'clock now.
He's not answering his phone, so they can all go to hell. So that's how it works, isn't it? I mean, we can love them anyway.
What am I going to do?
No. When the DJ's not starting, that's all right. I'm just looking at Dunedin.
Oh, that's horrible.
I'm still standing in the corner. You wait, I'm going to pull the chair.
It's quite interesting to see. How much is the delay? Do you think it's 30 seconds? Oh, here's Ray. Can you push the ring him again, please? He's ready, but everyone else is obviously not back from lunch.
Weird. Hi, hang on for a second.
G'day, mate. You are all set watching Radio Cat now. DJ's got his own slides, so he's about to.
Maybe we could do a dance too then.
I'll try. Yeah. Yep. No, he hasn't got any slides up. I'll just get a.
Oh, we're all giggling away at each other.
Is that better?
Don't mind us if they're after lunch.
Oops, I buggered it up. Yep, back to that one. That one? Oh, a bit little right a wee bit. Just so it has the screen as well, you mean?
It's weird, you know? It's very strange.
Okay, is that all right? No, he's got his own computer in front of him. Oh, yeah.
She's meant to be facilitating this, but I think it's just me, and then I have a quick
DJ, can you pop the slides on it? Just onto the USB. We've got USB. It's so advanced. The people in this room can see the slides. The people in Dunedin will be able to see them.
Oh, but not here. Oh, right.
Email?
Which is my problem. Can you email them to me?
That's right.
Steve.Henry.
Jump on the key.
No, yes, it's fine.
So Ray, I'm just giving DJ slides now. Can you hear me? Yeah, there, Ray. There's the Ray.
What did you do?
Can you hear me? Oh, good. I'm getting DJ's slides, just getting off the right. Tell me. TJ, I can get the slides another way, mate. Don't worry about it. Yep, grab them from there. So you've got Glenys on the podium ready to go, have you?
know Glynn's Kirsten?
Yeah, well, she kind of told me that it was just going to be me, so I'm just touching on some of her.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's all good, mate. So we're on your time, and I'll get the slides up on this screen as soon as possible. DJ can start it. What's your code for him to change slides for you? Oh, you can see when he changes slides. He's not here. Oh, up here. Yeah, that's right. That's nearly there, TJ. DJ. This has been such fun, Ray. I really want to do this again.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was told that as well. I mean,
maybe it's different under the Praxis channel. Seconds, stand by. Paula. Okay, he's on the slides are on the screen. On the screen. You've got clear up. Is that correct? You can hear DJ. You want him to do a sound test?
Do you want me to check it on? Do I have to stand here, or if I use your one?
No, you're there. I'll just give me a nod to change it. Okay, so we're good to go? Good to go. Just got to play this full screen. DJ. Shall I introduce him? It's polite. Goody. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome DJ Forbes here, who's involved with our young athletes, not least through the Olympic movement especially, has a background in sport that's significant, and teamed up with our very own Glynn's Kirk from Capital New Zealand to come up with this idea of coaching and facilitation mix. So I'm really interested to hear what you're going to come up with. So over to you, and a special welcome. Thank you.
Sorry for the kerfuffle trying to get to this point, but we're here now, so we've got a quick chat. So I know that there's obviously an opportunity for a bit of Q&A at the end, so obviously try to get through the content before if there's any necessary questions, so we can start the process here. So obviously the similarities between transformational learning, between facilitation and coaching. If we jump to the next slide. So I guess the main reason why I wanted to research this area was I was part of a campaign. For those who followed, it was a rugby campaign, Rugby Sevens, where I guess over a decade I was able to see a lot of different areas of coaching methods, philosophies, coaching relationships, ever-changing dynamic of the sporting landscape. So the different, I guess, generational athletes that have come through now. So I call myself a young Generation X. We had the millennials and everyone else coming through, and I was, I think, fortunate enough to be in the era of sport where I managed to see a lot of that change, and I guess that kind of resonated with me around some of the areas I wanted to look a little bit deeper into, based off maybe some unsuccessful campaigns along the way that I personally, in my own opinion, put down to maybe a couple of things around the whole athlete-coach dynamic or relationship, and also having a bit more of an awareness or appreciation of the generational type of athletes that we're dealing with there. So as you can see, this was meant to be a co-facilitation between me and Glynis, but it's obviously just me, so I'll talk on my content, and then I have a few words on hers and the similarities, and then we can get into the Q&A. So basically, what does the learners need from their facilitator to support their transformative learning journey, and then likewise for the athletes in the coaching perspective. And then I'll obviously touch on how I walk through that process as a coach as well as an athlete. And then again I'll touch on this, so we go to the next one. Is how do we go about finding out our content or our research? So for Glennis in particular, she surveyed all her learners around what they like best about their facilitator, what they wanted more of, what they didn't like. In my sense, I put out a survey to 150 athletes, and I asked them what they saw as successful essential attributes of a coach. Okay, or probably more particular things that they wanted a coach to either stop, start, or keep going. So we have a police light method that we use in rugby, so it keeps on start.
Oh, it unplugged himself. Here it comes.
So I needed to be what I saw as the best version of a coach. So I kind of jumped in the deep end, was studying as I was going, had my own theories and philosophies around coaching, but I had to live and breathe what I was writing down or putting on paper. So that was probably the best thing, was having, rather than going in as a ex-player, jumping in like you do as a job after sport, and just coach because I've played it for over a decade. But I was actually in a position where, okay, I was learning as I was going, I was finding out what this landscape of athletes were motivated by, inspired by, how they engaged, what they found better, what they didn't like, and I could apply that. The luxury I had was it was outside of New Zealand, so I was in Asia, countries that I probably never dealt with or had any kind of spectrum or different level of coaching. They just wanted to have any type of coaching was a benefit for them. So in those areas I was able to apply some of my methods, but obviously in this environment where it's the elite, where they have been tried and tested, they do have a preference, where they do have things that I guess they associate with, was probably the hardest part. So now in this role I have to be quite particular about how I go about what I present, how I engage, and what I talk to. But I'll touch on that in our next slide. It's possible. Yes. So just on that, I wanted to have, I guess, the easiest sense of a model or framework that I guess athletes and coaches could apply. But I also wanted to have enough content and information that coaches and facilitators could use as a assessment or a self-assessment tool. So the three main qualities or attributes that came from my research were communication, leadership, behaviours, and relationships. So I called that a clear model, and below I'll obviously develop what I call the clear tool. And then earlier what I touched on around providing a self-assessment tool around the keep, stop, and start. So what we want coaches to keep doing, to stop doing, and to start doing. And I thought this was really basic when I looked at it, and I was kind of a little bit disappointed going on. It's kind of the stuff we all know about, or we all hear about, we all talk about anyway. But I think it's just how they all intertwine coaches that on some days might turn up, or learners, facilitators turn up, and don't show that passion, and it's based on that survey. Athletes, they want to see that in the coach. It's not a job. They want to see coaches, or I guess as learners you want to see a facilitator that's just as passionate about what they're doing, and that you know that you're putting your trust in, so you'd want to see that same kind of passion that you show and putting into the play. Flip through to the next one. Obviously there's some real key quotes. You have quotes because of that. I don't need to read them out. So based on those themes or that tool that I said, so the CLEAR tool. So obviously I'm a massive fan of acronyms. So CLEAR, C-L-E-A-R, and two other dynamics that I brought in. So obviously the communication, engagement, communication, leadership, and relationships, or engagement and accountability. So that's based on this environment that I'm in. The engagement piece is the new kind of words are around engagement, education, empowering, creating an experience for them. Accountability I put in there was because it's not just about the learner or the athlete, it's also about us as coaches, facilitators, and making sure that both sides of the spectrum are accountable. That it's not like hand up, making sure that everyone's putting their hand up to hold their weight along the way. And then finally just a quote to finish with. So the old order has changed, your ancestors said it would change. When the net is old and worn, it casts aside. The new net is fishing. There's no one to blame the old net. It was good in its day, but many fish were caught in it. But the old net is worn with time. You must go fishing. You need to know waters. So I guess for me that was a perfect example, and again, my opinion, based on we had some tried methods and philosophies, tactics that worked a long time ago. We kind of got, I guess, stuck in that and using that same net. Probably didn't have the right environment, like I said, we didn't probably have the right education around how to change it, but I guess what I'm trying to say is obviously the old net did its time and it was used resourcefully when it was needed and done, but now it's about the net or except the new net, and we'll try another version or another method. The last sort of word around the net our brother has brought up, I think it's really important around that whole knowledge sharing. So there was a time when everyone took their own kind of techniques and methods for themselves. In the sporting world you have all these different franchises, all these different countries that want to coach and do everything their own way, but now you can see there's a lot more knowledge sharing. Everyone wants to develop, the individuals wants to develop, the team wants to develop, I guess sport as a whole, to take everyone to the next level rather than it gets used to what you do and little things now. So I think that's an important part to so Glennis's slides will click on from there, but
she's in Dunedin and has been doing that.
Yeah. So there we go. Well, sometimes we can chat around how the two kind of link, or otherwise I'm happy to.
Thank you. Good on you.
particularly from athletes in majority of sports for sure. But I think there's always going to be that whole piece of in our landscape of doing so there's going to be sort of thinking of giving too much voice, too much say. They're going to tell where you're going to go kind of thing. But I think for me it's and as a coach and as a facilitator, is trying to create an environment that learners and athletes feel safe with it. And I know that there's going to be coaches and people that say, you want to say something, your first year rookie, you say something, whether the coach actually takes it in, is a different story. But I think in an environment where everyone feels safe to, they're not going to be threatened, they're not worried about their position getting cut or getting dropped, and that the information is actually valued. I'll work in that space hugely, and there's a whole new dynamic now creating these new athlete workshops that I'm sort of helping to facilitate, but it's all based around what the athletes need, what's going to be more important and value to them, rather than just typically it used to be sort of a data collection point. It's sort of like we need to be able to know our process. It's now trying to use it as sort of touch points and functions. So this is what the athletes are doing today. Let's try and incorporate that.
Cool. DJ, thank you. And we're pleased to know that Oscar was actually in the room at the time. And when that microphone failed, because I was trying to fix it while you were on, the great thing was that Glynis was able to pick up the slide for you, and she's delivered what you delivered down there, so it's kind of worked out. So I really want to...
Maybe she's not got it that I didn't do her side. I didn't present her side.
That's why she's down there and
the abs are always wrong.
Well, she's probably good enough that she could probably pick one up as well.
Look, thanks so much for coming down. Look, folks, we're the option. There's two options now. I'm going to put the Dunedin live stream on. There's a thing happening at Dunedin right now, which I'll put on here, which is the developing a teaching philosophy for a teaching credential, enablers, challenges, and use of metaphor. And upstairs we have Faraz, who's developing spiritual frameworks for academic professional practice, from quantum processes to AI to quantum and spiritual computing. So he's kind of right in that space. And then after that upstairs is Emma and Joy and Alan and Jane. Right? And so thank you, DJ. Of course, we don't have any.
Sorry, it's that bad start.
We don't have presents. You can have it the dates down. No. You know, the sound failed. Interesting space, man. What you're talking about is the difference between old school and what we do now. So is that where you're doing your MPP? Oh, you finished it?
Yeah. No, that was cool, yeah. I mean, it's an awesome space to try and apply as much as I can to the space.
You're welcome.
Oh, no, they seem to be engaged in us.
Oh, no,
thanks for your time. Alright, enjoy the rest of the day. Yep, well, I'm sure we'll see you again.
Room 605, if anyone's coming. Right.
Right, I'm out. I'm going to start up today. And then I'll be online tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll play. Are you staying for any longer, Philippa?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, good. These are such difficult keys to hit, eh? Hey, wonderful. One wonderful stuff.
Well done for rescuing that Luna.
What a worry, eh?
Yeah, that's a real worry.
She sleeps in the car.
Oh my God.
It's been
2 years this has been a process. I said, get out of there. Okay, what have we called?
Hey, good luck, go well. Wonderful to see you, eh? Really enjoyed that, Ryan. Thanks. bugger with your holiday shirt on.
I know, she told me to.
At least Kushla's got a shirt on. So this is the Kushla therapy. This is a Kushla therapy session. Is that correct?
You bugger with your holiday shirt on.
I've got a delayed YouTube live stream going out. Whoops, to the whole world. Ray might have put it on the whole screen.
This is a Kushla therapy session. Is that correct? You bugger with your holiday shirt on.
So there, look at that. See, that's the.
I've got a delayed YouTube live stream going out.
So you can see that that's what the world is seeing. See, when you go live in 5. Whoops, I'm trying to. Forgive me, Mike. I'm trying to turn YouTube off, and I don't know how. Right. Hello, Mike. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, very well.
Oh, lovely to meet you, mate, and nice to see you. Thanks for making the time out of your holiday. That's very kind. No, and thanks for your flexibility as we've tried to jig the program and all that stuff, because it's really hard to do all that. So look, I'll be coming over to you shortly with a group of people in another room, the one that says Auckland. I'll actually be probably carrying this computer through to another room. I've decided it's easiest. I'm juggling a guy named Don who's presenting on a live feed. Hey, into Dunedin. This is Don, and this is Mike. He's in Rarotonga. Wonderful. And so, funny old business. Do you want me to record this for you, Mike, for later? Yeah, put it on